Hello everyone and welcome on behalf of the AoEC. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all today to the Great Leadership Reset. And to our friends in Asia, good evening to you. I guess it's going to be late for you. Don't worry, we're recording the whole session so you can catch up with things when you get too tired to stay on. For anyone in America, I guess you might be joining us later. Probably everyone's celebrating Thanksgiving anyway, so we'll catch up with you later. I really want to thank all of you for joining us today. We are live streaming across the globe, but please do get involved throughout the day using the chat function on the web page. Just scroll down a bit to add to the chat, and further down the page is the agenda for today, along with speaker information. If you have any issues, refresh your page, and if you need to email, then it's conference@planned, PLANND.co.uk for technical support. And perhaps I'll just ask somebody to put that in the chat for you so that you've got access to the technical support if you need it. We'll be using Slido throughout the day to capture some information from you all. So please have a secondary device ready, and you can scan the QR code that you see there on the screen. If you're unable to scan a QR code using your mobile device, then go to slido.com and enter the code #1631076. Let me repeat that, #1631076. So let's do a quick practice. How many of you use coaching skills? Let's see whether it might take you a moment to get onto the Slido, but it'd be really good just to, yes. So everyone, excellent. Well, that's a good start to resetting leadership, because I think that one of the skills that's really most important for leaders now is a coaching capability. Some of you aren't, and that's okay, because I'm sure that we'll hear some thoughts along the way today, and we'll be modeling some coaching questions which might give you some ideas. As I mentioned, we're recording the conference, so you can rewatch it straight away, and we'll advise you of access once the conference closes, and you'll have access up until the 23rd of December. Before we introduce our first speaker, I'd like to share a little bit about us here at the AoEC. For anyone who's new to us, we're experts at helping people to develop coaching skills, and also skills and also qualifications. And our expertise and focus is really using coaching within a business context and within organizations. Increasingly, organizations are asking us to help them with their coaching skills, help their leaders and their managers to be more effective with a coaching approach. And also, we're more and more being asked to help organizations to develop their own coaching capability, which might be an alternative to using an array of external coaches. And it means that they get I guess a team of coaches with the right context, and also it just means that, well, frankly, that it can be costly to use external coaches as well. So that's something that we have a strong expertise in, and it's really that context that's inspired us to offer this wonderful opportunity to hear some great leaders and thinkers, acknowledged experts and published authors. And I hope that gives us an opportunity to think more broadly about the role that coaching might play within good leadership. And with coaching as an effective backdrop to having the skills needed to make culture at work the best it can possibly be. We're helping executives and managers of all levels across a diverse range of industry sectors. So really from financial services, the law, entertainment, retail, you name it, public sector. We are supporting a lot of organizations and teams and individuals, and that's really all about helping them to listen more effectively, allow people the space to find their own solutions. So gone with the old command and control, I tell you and you do, and much more to an exploratory, solution-focused approach. And what that does for people is help them to gain greater confidence in their own capability. It deepens connections between people, grows trust and inclusivity. I'm sure all of which will come out as the day progresses. And the bottom line is that that can translate into helping to retain talent more effectively, being able to promote people from within, and we've seen plenty of examples of that within our own client base. It also facilitates greater courage in conversations, better problem solving, and also contributes to creativity and innovation. And all of that in turn boils down to a better business performance, better capability. Coaching has an important role to play when everything's going well, but it also comes into its own in times of challenge and uncertainty. It's not a silver bullet, but it is a crucial factor in building capability, resourcefulness, and resilience. Just as a little extra for today, everyone has been entered into a lucky draw, and the prize will be 3 of you will win a gamified introduction to coaching skills program. This is a mobile device skills app, skills trainer, and it can help you refresh your skills. And for those of you who are new to coaching, it will help you to build some skills. And it's been something that we've developed in partnership with Attenzi, our technology partners, so we've put together really strong expertise in helping people with coaching skills, coupled with gamification expertise, technology, and learning psychology. So it's a wonderful program, and 3 of you lucky people will be the recipients of that, and we'll announce the winners at the end of the day. And if you were to buy it, it's worth £250. So it's a really good win. So at this moment in history, we're really experiencing turbulent times, and I think that's been part of our drive to have the conference today, to give you all some new ideas. The acronym VUCA has been used for a long time. You know, life is volatile, it's uncertain, it's complex, and it's ambiguous. But that's deepened even further in the current climate, both since the pandemic, and now obviously we've got the situation with the war and lots of economic uncertainty, political uncertainty. So the changes have been tectonic, and there is a sense that life won't ever be the same again. So where are we? We're now in a hybrid world, and what does that mean for leaders in terms of how we can mentor and coach up and coming leaders in a sort of informal way that would have happened when we were all working in offices together? So if new young leaders can't see what the older leaders are doing, what does that mean for them? We've seen the great resignation, people really reflecting on what matters in their lives, and also there's a phenomenon of quiet quitting where people are kind of working to rule, and a strong desire to live and work in a more balanced way. Leaders have to stretch with this unknown and find and learn new skills to help them cope with the real tsunami of change that are being thrust upon us all. The COVID-19 pandemic has pushed health and work and well-being to the fore for individuals and for organisational resilience as well. We've been all tested to the limit in many senses. A recent Gallup poll says that up to 62% of workers are emotionally detached from work and 18% are downright miserable. Leaders can't rely on telling people what to do. So all of these dynamics are playing out, and there are lots of intergenerational issues. Older members of staff might be more resigned to accepting the old status quo, and many people have retired and are no longer economically active at a time when there's a serious skills shortage. There's also an ongoing challenge in the skills gap, as particularly a gap around digital skills. So it's more difficult globally for employers to hire the right workers. And many organisations are turning to training and reskilling or upskilling of their existing talent to try to close that gap. And the investment is fragile, with budgets really feeling the squeeze in a tricky macroeconomic climate. This is compounded by the need to design jobs which are good quality for our employees. These are big and important challenges, and they're having real consequences for business. And so much of this has been written about in terms of leadership and former leadership styles that are broken or just don't serve us any longer. So we've carefully chosen the topics for today and the speakers on that basis. They're voices that should be heard if you're in a leadership setting, or you work with clients, or you're responsible for leading or managing others. And of course, also importantly, we're all leaders of ourselves. So personally, I'm hoping that you're going to get lots of inspiration from today. We've called them, the people that will be with us today, we've called them torchbearers in the run up to the conference, because they're progressive. They set a high benchmark in their respective fields, and they offer indispensable insights about how things can be done well for the mutual benefit of the employee and employer. They've achieved great things. And we've got a really diverse set of speakers today, from our first keynote by one half of the corporate rebels to a New York Times best-selling author, from a Zen Buddhist monk and social entrepreneur to organisations such as NatWest, Baringa Partners, giffgaff, and Robert Walters. They'll all share with you proven ways of adding value to your organisation and to your people and leadership style. We'd love to hear your takeaways and learnings. Please do share them on social media. That might be LinkedIn or Twitter or Instagram, whatever platform you use, and use hashtag Great Leadership Reset. And we'd really appreciate it if you would use hashtag AoEC as well. So we're going to open the conference with our first inspiring keynote speaker. Pip de Morree is one half of the co-founders of Corporate Rebels, together with his business partner, Jude Jennison. He quit. Hello, Pim. Hi to you.
Hello.
Welcome to you. Pim, you quit your corporate job back in 2016 out of frustration. And that was really from the old-fashioned ways of working that are still present often today. And the two of you shared a disappointment with what the world of work offered to you. It wasn't the work that you liked, and it wasn't the work you disliked. It was the stultifying cultures that you were working in. So you bravely decided to leave your jobs and set off around the world to find out what makes work more fun. And we thought that was a great start for today. Your book, Corporate Rebels, which I'd commend to anybody, is a fantastic read and gives plenty of examples to draw on. Your book, Corporate Rebels, was rated by the Thinkers 15 among the top 30 emergent management thinkers. Well done for that. And it also won a 2019 Radar Award. And you were named as one of the new voices re-energizing management. So it's really exciting. Nowadays, Pim, I gather you're still traveling the world to find out the world's most progressive organizations, and you write a Corporate Rebels blog. You advise companies and provide keynote speeches. A really warm welcome to you. Thank you for joining us. You've kindly said you'll share a couple of examples, so I'll hand over to you. For anyone listening, as you listen, when a question occurs to you, please pop them in the chat, and we'll have 10 minutes at the end of Pim's talk to answer some of your questions. Over to you, Pim. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Karen. Very happy to be here today and to share some of the lessons indeed that we learned from pioneering companies across the globe. I'm calling in from Manila, the Philippines at the moment, where we are once again researching some progressive organizations. Happy to be able to talk today specifically about what we have seen in terms of new leadership styles. I'm going to take you with us on our journey. I'm going to share a couple of examples of pioneering organizations, what they do different. And I'm going to dive into quite specifically some practices and some principles that some of these pioneers use to create a whole kind of different culture around leadership. So let me share my screen so I can take you on that journey. All right, here we go. So first of all, and Karen already talked a little bit about it, we started Corporate Rebels out of mainly out of frustration. So Joost and myself, we've been friends for a very long time, and we became quite frustrated with the organizations we worked in. And we both worked in totally different places, having studied something completely different. Joost studied nanotechnology. Myself, I studied industrial engineering, and we started to work for companies where we could do exactly the thing that we had studied for. And even though we loved the content of the work, as Karen already mentioned, we hated the way the company and the work was structured and organized. Just a couple of simple examples. So the fact that there was so much bureaucracy that you couldn't take any initiative, or all your entrepreneurial ideas would be killed directly because that was simply not the way the company was doing things. Another reason was the fact that there was always a very much top-down leadership in place, where bosses would tell you what to do and how to do it, and any own initiative or any freedom or trust to make your own decisions was not there. But also more childish things that I think the pandemic hopefully has done away with, slightly at least, is the fact that you had to come into the office every day from 9 to 5, because only then people were expecting you to be productive. We became totally fed up with it, and we couldn't picture ourselves working for 40 more years in such environments. So we were complaining to each other when I was visiting Joost once in Barcelona, where he lived, and we complained for some time, and then we said to each other, well, if we dislike our work environment currently so much, why not quit our jobs and start looking for workplaces where they actually have found ways to organize work and to manage people in a totally different way. So we, at that moment, back in 2015, decided to quit our jobs, and in January 2016, we started our search for pioneering organizations across the world with simply only one aim and one purpose, which is making work more fun for ourselves, but also for more people who are experiencing the exact same problem at the moment in their organizations. And the problem, we learned, is far from a problem that only we experience. So if you would look at some of the data on the topic of the current workplace, so how is the workplace actually motivating people and how are employees feeling, then you get some painful outcomes. So first of all, research done by Gallup shows that 15% of the world's population is engaged at work. 15% only. 67% is disengaged. So they are the people that come into their workplaces, do what's being asked of them, but are not truly passionate about their work or their work environment. And then 18% is actively disengaged, meaning they dislike their work and their work environment to such an extent that they start sabotaging the workplace. So quite painful statistic. Even also, if you look at the amount of burnout that people experience, there's a huge amount of people that always, often, or sometimes experience symptoms of a burnout. And maybe even more painful, 40% of employees feel that their job makes no useful contribution to society. So they spend all this time at work not feeling that they can actually contribute to something valuable, which is painful for both employees, but also for the organizations they work for, right? If we disengage people, make them sick, and they feel useless or meaningless with the work that they do, apparently we're doing something wrong. But it's not just the way we organize work, it's also the way we lead people. There's so much wrong with the way we manage people currently in organizations. And there's once again a couple of data points I'd like to share to show you how bad it actually is. So 50% of employees that quit say they quit because of their specific manager. 65% prefer a new manager over a pay rise. And I think that it's also quite a telling statistic. And according to some other research, the cost of bad leadership is estimated to $310 billion per year in the US alone. So that's not even looking at the rest of the world, which would be an even more astonishing number. So apparently we're doing something wrong, and you can forget about all of the numbers that I shared. What I want you to remember is that the way we organize work, the way we lead people in organizations is terribly broken, and we need to do something about it. And back in January 2016, for us, this started with a very bold idea, I'd say. Back then, a lot of people said that it was one of the stupidest ideas they had ever heard. Luckily, that has changed a bit over time, but our goal was to visit pioneering organizations, academics, entrepreneurs, CEOs, and people who had been able to transform organizations into a completely new way of working. So where they had actually been able to find a way to engage and motivate people to a much higher extent than what traditional workplaces are seeing. So over the years, we visited more than 150 organizations to learn, to study, and to research how they work differently. Not just focusing on the big abstract concepts or the theories, but really diving into the practices, talking to many employees to understand what it is like to work there and how they actually do things. And interestingly, we have not been inspired most by the usual suspects in this field. So a lot of people, when it comes to new ways of working, talk about the Googles, the Netflixes, Spotifys, but we believe that they're not the ones doing the most interesting things. There are organizations that are in much more traditional industries or sectors that are doing much more powerful things in terms of completely reinventing the way they work. We've been to diehard manufacturing companies of 80,000 employees. We've been to government organizations where civil servants are working to support their society in a completely different way. We've been to healthcare organizations where they reduced their hierarchy and gave their healthcare employees complete freedom to decide for themselves how they work and how to best deliver care to their patients. So, practical examples of organizations you haven't heard of. The good news is that there's a lot of things to learn from these pioneers. So, mostly in our book and in our blog posts, we talk about the differences between progressive organizations and traditional ones. And this is, of course, much more black and white than reality actually is. But these 8 trends that we often talk about are the things that these progressive organizations do different than the more traditional ones. I'm not going to walk you through all of them in great detail, quickly summarizing them. The first trend is a move from profit to purpose and values. So making sure that a company and an organization exists for something more than just maximizing shareholder value. The second one is a move from hierarchical pyramids to a network of teams. So breaking down the hierarchical structure and only leaving 2 or 3 layers of hierarchy, and for the rest, only autonomous teams that are mostly self-organizing. The third one is what we're going to talk about in more detail today, which is a move from directive to supportive leadership. The fourth one is from planning and predicting to experimenting and adapting. So constantly trying new things with your product, services, and ways of working to learn as much as you can in this constantly changing business world, and then improving as you go, instead of focusing too much on planning and predicting what might happen in the future. Fifth one, from rules and control to freedom and trust. So giving employees much more freedom and trust and autonomy to do the thing according to their own insights. Sixth one is from centralized to distributed authority. So pushing decision-making as far to the front line as possible. Seventh one is radical transparency. So opening up all kinds of information for people to be able to make the right decisions and to truly understand what's going on in their organization. And the eighth one is a move from job descriptions and fixed job titles towards a focus on talents and mastery. So how can you really find the talents of individuals, and how can you make sure you can actually put those to work in the jobs and the roles they pick up? So as mentioned, now I'm going to focus on supportive leadership to explore an organization that has really made a big transformation in how they worked. And an organization that's probably not familiar to you, it's called UKTV. And besides Sky and the BBC in the UK, UKTV is one of the biggest broadcasters. So their work is to come up with creative TV concepts. And Darren Childs, the man you see here, has been leading that organization since 2002 until a couple of years ago. And when he entered that organization, he arrived in an organization that was very traditionally run. And there was nothing that actually supported the organization to work progressively. So there was a lot of bureaucracy, a lot of top-down management, a lot of fear and anxiety within people because of this top-down management structure that was in place. And all of these things were actually getting in the way of UKTV doing a good job. So when Darren Childs entered the organization and became the leader, he felt he needed to make a change. And he felt the biggest change was required in terms of the leadership of the organization. So they took quite a couple of drastic and dramatic steps to transform the organization from traditional to progressive, with a strong focus on creating a culture of truly supportive leadership. So some high-level overview of the steps they took. The first one is that they started removing the offices of managers and senior leaders. And they also removed other status symbols that were in place. And the reason behind it was they said, well, if we are here to support our employees as good as we can, why should we be treated any different? Why should we be hidden away in our offices when in fact we need to be close to our employees in order to understand what's up, how they are doing, what barriers they're running into, to make sure we can actually support them as good as we can, instead of being in our ivory towers, not truly understanding how to lead this organization. The second step was a move to implement weekly town hall meetings. Nowadays, much more common already, but they started doing this about 20 years ago. Every Tuesday afternoon, all the people would come together. It was voluntary. They said, we don't want to make it obligatory for people to join or mandatory to join, because then we don't know if we're actually sharing interesting things. And if nobody shows up, then apparently we're not sharing any valuable information to them. So these Tuesday afternoons, at first they noticed that, of course, it was interesting to share information, but what they wanted to get out of those meetings was mostly questions, ideas, suggestions, and criticism from their employees. They wanted to truly understand what was going on in their minds. So when they did it, they noticed at the beginning that people were quite scared to contribute. So they didn't dare to really ask some tough questions or share their criticism. So they said, well, we have to do something more than just having these town hall meetings. And then they introduced a black box. So when we visited them in their office, they had this big black box hanging on the walls of their office with a white question mark on it. And they asked their employees to put in all of their ideas, suggestions, questions, their criticism into that black box, so they could actually open that black box on stage during the town hall meeting and discuss the criticism and the suggestions and the tough questions that people could put in there anonymously. And this truly for them opened up the conversation, because the employees saw that leadership was serious about this, that they truly wanted to discuss the tougher topics, even if people could hand them in anonymously. So it has made a big change, but they pushed it even further. So instead of having top-down evaluations, they started to move to bottom-up evaluations. They said it doesn't make any sense to ask our ask our managers to be evaluated by their managers. If we want supportive leadership, we should ask the team members how they assess the support they get from their manager. So they turned it completely upside down, and they didn't start doing those vague 360-degree feedback sessions that you currently see, where employees give their tips and tops to their managers to never hear from it again. But at UKTV, they once again did something that's a bit more bold. So they said, we have a zero tolerance for bad leadership. And they made everything transparent. So every manager would get a rating from 0 to 100% on their supportive leadership. And this was being made transparent throughout the entire organization. So everyone in the organization could see how the leader was supporting their team. And if people were underperforming, they were giving training and support to become better. And if they were still not able to improve their leadership styles, then they were put into a different position that they were better capable of handling. Because they said, we only want leaders that are truly there to support. Because that's the organization that we want to create. And we believe that that's the best way to actually create great television concepts and make people more engaged at work. So some of the results very briefly. So after 18 months, revenues increased 6% at UKTV, while the overall market was down 10%. Market share went from 4 to 10%, and therefore they doubled their market value in less than 5 years. And maybe even more interestingly, absenteeism and staff turnover decreased significantly. People were much more engaged, much happier at work. And you could actually also see this in the numbers such as absenteeism and staff turnover. And we see this in many companies around the world. If people are more engaged at work, more motivated at work, you will see less sick leave and less staff turnover. And especially in today's world where it's really hard to find the right talents, these are vitally important things to get right in your organization. So some more practices taken from some of these pioneers around the world. So beyond UKTV, what are some organizations doing to push for more supportive leadership in the organization? I'm going to start with the simpler ones and moving towards the more radical ones that you probably don't dare to start implementing tomorrow. Starting with the first one, we call it beware of hippos. And with hippos, I'm not talking about the animal, but I'm talking about the acronym for highest paid person's opinion. So many of these pioneering organizations are aware of the so-called hippo effect. So the hippo effect is the effect that you get when you put a lot of people into a meeting room. And if everybody's aware of each other's hierarchy, level in the hierarchy, so the highest paid person's opinion is also known within the group, then people tend to listen a lot to the person with the highest pay grade. But it doesn't mean that if you're paid most, that you always have the best ideas and always can make the best decisions. In fact, research shows the exact opposite, that if you have more junior leaders leading a project team, they outperform more senior leaders because people in the team are much more comfortable sharing their suggestions and criticism to a junior leader than they are compared to a more senior leader. So a lot of companies put up signs, beware of hippos, or park your hierarchy at the door, or they stop demonstrating clearly which person has which position in the hierarchy to make sure that they avoid this so-called hippo effect. Secondly, destroying the ivory tower, removing status symbols. So similar to what UKTV did, most of these pioneering organizations get rid of their status symbols. So you can probably think of some yourself, and this differs quite heavily from country to country. But for example, the reserved parking spots for directors so they can park closer to the building. The fancier offices, mostly on the top floor with nicer carpet and a more expensive art on the wall. Sometimes the size of the window determines your size in or your position in the hierarchy. So a lot of these childish things that we still put in place in many organizations that create barriers between leaders and employees. So getting rid of them lowers the barriers and brings employees and leaders closer to one another. And if as a leader you want to support your employees, the last thing you want to do is put up all kinds of barriers and obstacles between you and the people you want to lead. Then evaluating your manager, so having a truly transparent conversation around your performance as a manager or as a leader. Ask your people a couple of simple questions to figure out whether you are a good manager or not. For example, and you have to avoid complicated tooling, just have a conversation around what as a manager you should stop, start, and continue doing. These three questions, what should I stop, start, and continue doing, are enough to spark a very interesting conversation around how you can improve your work as a manager or leader of a team. Then splitting managers into coaches and specialists. Many of you might be aware of the so-called Peter principle. If not, the Peter principle states that if you hire people and then promote them in a traditional hierarchy, what you will do is you will promote people until they reach their level of incompetence. So to give you one example, for example, if you're a really good salesperson, you're probably promoted to become a sales manager and then a sales director. But it doesn't make a lot of sense because if you're doing a sales job first and doing a really good job in that, it doesn't mean that if you become a sales manager, you're also good at that, because it's a totally different job, because now you're managing salespeople. So in fact, a lot of research shows that if you do this, you will lose a good salesperson and you will gain a bad manager. But the only way up the hierarchy or to make a proper career nowadays, we assume is up the hierarchy. So you have to leave your sales job and become a sales manager. These progressive organizations do away with that idea and they split the role of a manager into multiple career paths. For example, into coaches and specialists. So if you're good at developing people, then become a coach. If you're really good at sales, then mentor other people and support them to become better at doing sales. And yourself, you can continue doing the thing you're good at and the thing you probably like to do most. And then the most radical one, but also the most powerful one we've seen in order to create supportive leadership, is to let teams themselves select their leaders or their representatives or their coaches or whatever you want to call them, but let the team select their leader. This is more powerful because the team itself is most of the time much more able to decide who is a good person to lead them, instead of having a manager's manager decide that that person is good for a role. So we see this in all kinds of different organizations. Some go really far in this and let the CEO position also put that one up for election every single year. Pretty radical and not something to start doing tomorrow, but having some element of self-selected leaders or representatives in an organization can really help to create more supportive leadership. So some practices of what pioneers are doing to completely reinvent leadership in organizations. If you want to make it even bolder, there are some organizations that get rid of managers altogether. We have, for example, a beautiful example in the Netherlands, where it is an organization of 15,000 people, and there's not a single manager in the entire organization. So it's just a network of more than 1,000 self-managing teams, but there's no manager to tell them how they should be doing their job. It's just those more than 1,000 self-managing teams who organize the work themselves and are significantly outperforming their competitors in the healthcare sector. So more rebellious ideas at corporaterebels.com. So if you don't have anything to do for the next 2-3 years, there's more than 600 blog posts with practices, case studies, and principles around how these organizations structure work and leadership in a totally different way. But for now, much more questions. And from our main message is the world needs more rebels. If we want to stand up against those traditional outdated working practices that we talked about at the beginning, and if we want to get rid of those terrible statistics that I showed, more people need to stand up to the status quo and start changing the way they work and changing the way they lead for the better. So over to questions and back over to you, Karen.
Thank you, Pim. That's so interesting. I loved hearing about UK TV. I'm certainly going to look them up. One question that's cropped up is around pay. And, I'm connecting this with our next speaker. We're going to hear from Johann Hari, who's also writes a lot about addiction. And he says the opposite of addiction is connection. And, I think what you were saying is that the more connected leaders are to their people, the better the outcomes. But if people are electing their own leaders, what happens to executive pay? How does that work?
Yeah, so there's a whole lot of different things at play. Sometimes people in leadership positions are not necessarily paid more in these organizations. And you see this nowadays in more organizations where, for example, specialists like IT developers are paid more than the people who manage them. So that is one thing that we can get rid of. I think there's two things we definitely need to change in our minds. So one is the fact that the only way to feel valued is through a pay rise. And still, this is a big part of many organizations, that if you do a good job, you get paid more. And that's more or less one of the only incentives that you get. But we see in these pioneering organizations that there's much more to be gained from, for example, being able to develop your skills, being able to do more purposeful work, supporting people around you to do a better job. So the focus of only like having one sort of measure for success, which is a person's salary, is going to be spread more out over multiple things that are different than just the extrinsic motivators like money.
Brilliant. That's interesting. Thank you. And food for thought. We've got another question, which is how can we get leaders to listen and then, more importantly, take action? So it's kind of a two-in-one question there.
Yeah, good one. So if we talk about these transformations, there's some like UK TV that are driven very much from the top down, which makes it easier, of course, to change, because what happens if you're not in a CEO position? How do you support the transformation of a company like this? But there are also quite some examples of organizations that started from the bottom up or somewhere in the middle of the organization. So I would always advise people who want to do things differently to start with within their own circle of influence. So start with making changes in your team. Start talking with your leader, your manager, to see if you can actually start setting up some experiments to do things differently within your team or within your department. And then you can start setting up, once you can start setting up those experiments, you can show after a certain period of time whether it worked or it didn't work. And if it worked, that's great, because then you can continue building on it. If it doesn't work, then ditch it and try something else. And the transformation journeys of these companies is very much about trial and error, constantly experimenting with new things, giving it a try, and then pushing it further and further as you go. But yeah, there is some convincing needs to be done to get that first leader on board. So that might be talking to quite a lot of teams, figuring out which ones are more open to change than others. And I think sharing many of the examples of companies we talk about also helps people feel more comfortable that this is not just a utopian sounding theory, but this is actually done in practice already.
Yeah, and so one of the things people here could do is join your community through your blog, which is listed in the book. So that's a good point. We've got another question from Pippa. We've probably got time for one or maybe two more questions. Pippa asks about highly regulated organizations. She's specifically asking about health service companies. How can you implement your thinking in that kind of context?
Yeah, so number one, there's always some constraints in place, whether it's a regulated organization or a non-regulated organization. So I've seen organizations in the financial sector do this. We've seen healthcare organizations, government organizations, manufacturing companies that make products that go into space. So many of these are highly regulated too, and they might have some more constraints in place than others, but there's always much more opportunity to push these changes than people think. Because many organizations, when they work in a regulated environment, they start bringing in even more rules and regulations in their own company out of fear of doing something wrong. So while there might be definitely some regulations in place, they often do that much more and add a lot more to that bureaucracy internally out of a fear of doing something wrong. So if you start peeling those rules and regulations away, most of the time you'll find that there's much more possibility to change than you thought up front. And I think the healthcare example that I mentioned at the end, it's an organization called Buurtzorg, is a beautiful example of that, with 15,000 people and a huge amount of autonomy and freedom for those nurses who are supporting patients.
We've got lots of questions coming in thick and fast, and I appreciate that time is short. But in summary, there's a question about building psychological safety, and there's another question about other stakeholders and looking at a systemic approach across teams. So I don't know whether you can comment on those two things.
Yeah, so well, the psychological safety one is an interesting one. A lot of people talk about it, but it often remains this theoretical concept. But if you look at the science, there's some very simple things you can do. Let me just name one. So in a meeting, a lot of people tend to talk over each other, right? And most dominant people are mostly guiding the conversation. And for more introverted people, it's really hard to speak up and to contribute. But at the same time, research shows that psychologically safe teams have one thing in common, which is equal talk time among the people in the team. So a very simple thing you can do is, instead of having your meetings just run when people talk over each other, just talk one by one. So just go in the rounds and give everybody an opportunity to speak and contribute. And then first of all, you get much better ideas because the introverted people also dare to speak up and contribute. Plus, people feel much safer because they know that everybody is listened to instead of just the most dominant people. So that's one very quick idea. When it comes to this systemic approach, I think it's about first figuring out as a team what you can improve upon. This always should start with a question: what frustrates you most in the way you work? You can also apply this to leadership. What frustrates you most in the current leadership? And then start setting up experiments to improve upon that. And when you figured out a good way to work, or a better way to work, codify it. So write it down in, for example, a team handbook, and then start bringing other teams on board to also start doing some of these similar changes. Because if you don't codify it, if you don't write it down, then it might very easily be lost if some new people, for example, join the team.
Thank you. One last question. Someone says, I love radical transparency, but what about leaders in publicly listed companies who might fear such an approach? What would you say to them?
Yeah, so I think there the word rebel comes into play. So there are we a couple of weeks ago we were in Japan visiting a publicly listed company that's very much organized around those 8 trends. And we also asked them this question. So how do you do that when you have all these regulations in place where you, for example, cannot be open about certain kinds of information to people? And they said, well, we still do it because we trust people to keep that information to themselves. And as long as it doesn't leave the organization, we're okay with that. And they said that's just a leap of faith that we take as an organization. And they say whether we do it or not. So even in companies where information is only available in certain pockets, it's still being leaked. So that definitely shows that it doesn't work necessarily. And they believe trusting people with that information and educating them to use it responsibly is a much more powerful tool than keeping things a secret.
And that's a positive loop back to the psychological safety as well. I think we've run out of time for questions. Pim, on behalf of the whole AoEC team and everyone here today, our grateful thanks for being with us so late and for sharing your wisdom with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And next up, we've got Johann. Welcome to you, Johann. Delighted to see you. Johann, hi.
Hi, Karen.
How are you?
Oh my God, I've been so ill the last few days. If you gave me a blood test right now, I would be 90% Lemsip and 10% caffeine in my entire body. So I didn't want to let you guys down. I apologize if I seem a little bit out of it.
Oh, that's so
I'm
lovely.
normally more sane than this.
It's lovely of you to join us, given those circumstances. Thank you. We'll bear with that, I'm sure. Johann, you're an acclaimed author of 3 New York best-selling New York Times bestsellers. So we're really privileged to have you with us today. You've also been executive producer of an Oscar-nominated movie. Your CV is unbelievable. And
Still sounds really surreal to me whenever anyone... I am the true victim of COVID because when the film was nominated for an Oscar, I would have been at the Oscars. But because of COVID, I couldn't go. I was like,
anyway, Samuel L. Jackson starred in your TV series, and your book has been translated into 38 languages, and you've been praised from a broad range of people, from Oprah to Noam Chomsky, Elton John and Naomi Klein, and absolutely everyone at the AoEC who's been fighting to come to briefing meetings with you. Your latest book, Stolen Focus, I've got a copy of it here. It's I've got my blurry background so you can't see, but it's a fantastic read. It's impossible not to focus on your book. And it's been announced as one of Amazon's top 3 best books of 2022. And Amazon's editor has said, we can't stop talking about stolen focus. It's vital and mesmerizing, examining why we as individuals and as a collective have lost our attention spans. Suffice it to say, Hari's 3-month tech detox and his findings will make you immediately want to stop scrolling the internet, quit thinking in slogans and 280 characters, and engage authentically in sustained thought so that we can tackle global issues like poverty, racism, and climate change. Deeply satisfying and affirming and full of light bulb moments. This book is a book everyone should read, so it can't come more highly recommended. And that's certainly been our experience here. Wish we had deal with you for the numbers of copies that we've sold.
I'll pay you commission.
And the thing that it sort of does is ironically creates a little sort of internal app that says, what are you doing? Are you doing what you're supposed to be doing, or are you looking at fluffy kittens? If you want to know what that means, then you'll just have to read the book. So a very warm welcome to you, Johann. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, thanks so much, Karen. It's funny you say that about Oprah, because every now and then since she read my books, Oprah texts me and my friend, and every time it happens, I'm like, ah! I'm like, oh my God, it's Oprah! Shut up, everyone! But anyway, I've had so much caffeine today, I might actually die during. It's very nice that the last thing I ever hear someone say will be such a lovely intro. So thank you. I should also just say to everyone watching, I don't have any slides or anything because I think we should legalize drugs and criminalize PowerPoint. So I don't believe in slides. I mean, if you're doing a very technical presentation, then okay, but otherwise. So yeah, what I want to talk to you about is a huge crisis that we're all facing, which is a crisis in focusing and paying attention. Right now, the average office worker focuses on any one task for only 3 minutes. And for every one child who was identified with serious attention problems when I was 7 years old, there's now 100 children who've been identified with that problem. You know, the other day I was talking about this to a group, and afterwards one of them came up to me and said, you know, when you said the average office worker only focuses for 3 minutes, how do they get a whole 3 minutes to themselves? So we're facing a huge crisis of attention, and this is playing out all around us. I'm going to talk about some of the ways it's playing out, including some unexpected ways. But you know, I could feel this happening to me, right? One of the reasons I wrote about it is because with each year that passed, things that are so important to me, like reading books, having proper long conversations, watching films, things that require sustained focus, were getting more and more like kind of running up a down escalator. Do you know what I mean? Like I could still do it, but it was getting harder and harder. And you know, I wanted to write about it for a long time, and to be quite honest, I was embarrassed about it. I was ashamed. I just thought, well, there's just something wrong with me. I don't have enough willpower. I'm not strong enough. That was the story I had in my head. I later learned that's not right. And there was a moment when I realized actually I had to really figure out what was going on here. I've got a godson, and when he was 9, he developed this brief but very intense obsession with Elvis. And it was super cute because he appeared to genuinely not know that impersonating Elvis was a kind of cheesy cliche. So I think he was the last person in the history of the world to do a totally sincere impression of Elvis. He would do like Suspicious Minds and Jailhouse Rock and Viva Las Vegas. And every night when I was tucking him into bed, he would get me to tell him the story of Elvis's life over and over again. Obviously, I skipped over the bit at the end where he died on the toilet. And one night, I mentioned Graceland, where Elvis lived, where you can go and visit. And his eyes lit up and he said, what, you mean you can go to Elvis's house? I was like, yeah. He said, Johann, will you take me to Graceland one day? And I said, sure, the way you do with 9-year-olds, knowing next week it'll be Legoland or Lapland or somewhere else. And he looked at me really intensely. He said, no, do you really swear one day you'll take me to Graceland? And I said, I absolutely promise. And I didn't think of that moment again for 10 years until so many things had gone wrong. He dropped out of school when he was 15. And by the time he was 19, this might sound like an exaggeration, it's not. He spent literally almost all his waking hours alternating between his iPad, his iPhone, his laptop, and his life was this kind of blur of WhatsApp, YouTube, pornography. And it was almost like he was whirring at the speed of Snapchat, you know what I mean? Where nothing still or serious could touch him. And one day we were sitting on my sofa, just behind where my laptop is now. And the whole day I was trying to get a conversation going with him. And he's really intelligent and lovely. And I just couldn't. He was just so fragmented, so unable to stay with the train of a topic. And to be totally honest with all of you, I wasn't that much better, right? I was staring at my own devices. And I suddenly remembered this moment all these years before. And I said to him, hey, let's go to Graceland. And he looked at me completely blankly. He was like, what are you talking about? He didn't even remember this thing when he was a little boy, but I reminded him. And I said, you know, this is no way to live. Let's break this numbing routine. In fact, let's go on a road trip all over the South. But I thought ahead and I was like, okay, but you've got to promise me one thing, which is that when we go, you'll leave your phone in the hotel during the day, because there's no point going if you're just going to stare at your devices all day. And he really thought about it. It took a while and really thought about it. And he said to me, you know what? I want to do this. Let's do it. And I think it was literally 2 weeks later, we took off from Heathrow to New Orleans, where we went first. And a couple of weeks after that, we got to Graceland. And when you get to the gates of Graceland now, this is even before COVID, there's no person to show you around. What happens is they hand you an iPad And the iPad shows you around. You put in earbuds and the iPad says, go left, go right. Every room you're in, it tells you a story about that room, some narrator. Every room you go in, there's a picture of that room on the iPad in front of you. So we start walking around Graceland, and I noticed this slightly weird thing, which is that everyone walks around Graceland just staring at their iPad. And I'm finding it a bit annoying. I'm just like, God, these people, a lot of them traveled a long way. Like, no one's really looking at it. Every now and then people would look away from the iPad. And I'd be like, oh, this is encouraging. But they'd look away to take out their iPhone, take a selfie, put their phone back, and then go back to the iPad. And we got to the jungle room that was Elvis's favorite room in Graceland. It's full of fake plants. And I'll never forget them. There was a Canadian couple about maybe their early 50s, near us. And the man turned to his wife and he said, honey, this is amazing. Look. If you swipe left, you can see the jungle room to the left. And if you swipe right, you can see the jungle room to the right. And I laughed out loud. I thought, that's funny. And I turned and they were just swiping back and forth. And I leaned forward and I said, but hey, sir, there's an old-fashioned form of swiping you could do. It's called turning your head, because you realize we're in the jungle room. You don't have to look at it on the internet. It's literally all around you. And they looked at me like I was completely crazy and backed out the room. And I turned to my godson to laugh about it. And he was standing in the corner staring at Snapchat, because from the moment we landed, he just could not stop. He couldn't stop. And I went up to him and I did that thing that's never a good idea with teenagers. I tried to grab the phone out of his hand. And I said to him, look, I know you're afraid of missing out, but this is guaranteeing that you'll miss out. You're not present at your own life. You're not showing up at the events of your own existence. This is no way to live. And he stormed off, understandably. And I wandered around Memphis on my own that day. And I found him that night in the Heartbreak Hotel where we were staying up the street. He was sitting by the vast guitar-shaped swimming pool. And I went up to him and I apologized for getting so angry. And he didn't look up from his phone. But he said, I know something's really wrong and I don't know what it is. And that's when I realized, you know, we came away to get away from this problem of distraction. But this problem is all around us. There was nowhere to escape to because it seemed to be everywhere. And that's when I thought, okay, I need to understand this, what's happening here. So I used my training in the social sciences at Cambridge University to go on a big journey all over the world, from Moscow to Miami to Melbourne, to interview over 200 of the leading experts on attention and focus. And what I learned is there's scientific evidence for 12 factors that can make your attention better or can make your attention worse. And loads of the factors that can make your attention worse have been hugely rising in recent years. And this is really important because it means if you're struggling to focus and pay attention, if your child is struggling to focus and pay attention, it's not your fault, it's not their fault. Your attention didn't collapse. Your attention has been stolen from you by some very big and powerful forces. But once you understand those forces, we can begin to deal with them, both individually and collectively. So to start with, I'll give you an example of a really obvious one that I think everyone, I'd be amazed if there's anyone watching for whom this isn't playing out to some degree today. I went to MIT, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, to interview one of the leading neuroscientists in the world, an amazing man named Professor Earl Miller. And he said to me, look, there's one thing you've got to understand about the human brain more than anything else. You can only consciously think about one or two things at a time. That's it. This is a fundamental limitation of the human brain. The human brain has not changed significantly in 40,000 years. It's not going to change on any time scale. Any of us are going to see you can only think about one or two things at a time. But what's happened is that we've fallen for a kind of mass delusion. The average teenager now believes they can follow 6 or 7 forms of media at the same time, and the rest of us are only a little bit behind them. So what happens is scientists like Professor Miller and his colleagues get people into labs, not just teenagers, older people too, and they get them to think they're doing more than one thing at a time. And they monitor them. And what they discover is always the same. You can't do more than one thing at a time. What you do is you juggle very rapidly between tasks. You're like, wait, what did Karen just ask me? What's this message on WhatsApp? What does it say on the TV just happened? What's this Facebook message? Wait, Karen, what did you ask me again? So we're constantly juggling. And it turns out that juggling comes with a really big cost. The fancy technical term for it is the switch cost effect. When you try and do more than one thing at a time, you do all the things you're trying to do much less competently. You make more mistakes. You remember less of what you do. You're much less creative. And I remember when I first was studying the science of this and interviewing many scientists about it, I remember thinking, okay, look, I get it. That's obviously true, but this is a small effect, right? This isn't a big effect. When you look at the evidence, it's startling how big an effect it is. I'll give you an example of a small study backed by a wider body of evidence. Hewlett-Packard, the printer company, got a scientist called Dr. Glenn Wilson in to study their workers. And he split the workers into two groups. And the first group was told, get on with your task, whatever it is, and you're not going to be interrupted. And the second group was told, get on with your task, whatever it is, and at the same time, you've got to answer a heavy load of email and phone calls. So pretty much how most of us live. And at the end of it, at the end of this division, both groups had their IQ tested. The group that had not been interrupted scored on average 10 IQ points higher than the group that had been interrupted, 10 IQ points. To give you a sense of how big that is, if you and me sat down now and smoked a fat spliff together and got stoned, our IQs would go down in the short term by 5 points. So being chronically interrupted in the way most of us are is twice as bad for your intelligence in the short term as getting stoned. You'd be better off sitting at your desk, doing one thing at a time and smoking a fat spliff than you would sitting at your desk and not being interrupted and being constantly interrupted and not getting stoned. Now, sorry, my brain's a little bit dead. I'm not actually stoned. But now, to be clear, obviously, you'd be better off neither being interrupted nor getting stoned. But you can see how big an effect this is. This is why Professor Miller said to me, we are living in a perfect storm of cognitive degradation as a result of being constantly interrupted. You know, a different study by a guy called Professor Michael Posner at the University of Oregon discovered if you're interrupted, it takes you on average 23 minutes to get back to the level of focus you had before you were interrupted. So you get a text or an email, or you glance at Slack, and you think, it'll take me 10 seconds to respond to this, and I'll get back to what I'm doing. It will not take you 10 seconds. It takes you 10 seconds plus the 23 minutes it takes your brain to refocus after you've done that checking. This is why, and it's one of the many reasons that I go through in my book, why we need to really deeply challenge the idea we have about what it means to be a productive worker, right? We think a productive worker is one who is constantly available to be interrupted. In fact, that's equivalent to a stoned worker, right? If they're constantly interrupted, you've degraded the thinking power of your worker by an enormous amount. We think a good worker is one who works themselves to the point of exhaustion. You know, we sleep 20% less than people did a century ago. Children sleep 85 minutes less than they did in 1945. There is overwhelming evidence that the decline in sleep is causing serious attention problems. I can talk about how in the Q&A. There's so many different factors where we're just getting it deeply, deeply wrong, right? And at some level, we know this, right? The World Cup is happening at the moment, right? No one thinks it'd be a good idea if our team went onto the pitch constantly, like having only slept 6 hours last night because they were up working, and no one thinks it's a good idea if the World Cup team was checking their phone. I'll just check the text. I'll check my text for 10 seconds. I'll get back to the ball then, right? No one thinks that. Well, if it's not true of our football team, it's not true of our workers more generally. So I could talk to you about loads of things. I'm sure Karen's going to ask me about lots of them, about what we can do about this. To give you the kind of headline, with all of the 12 factors that are screwing up our attention and focus and our kids' attention and focus, I think they've got to be tackled at two levels. I think of them as defense and offense, right? There are loads of things we can do to defend ourselves and our children against these factors. I'll give you an example of one. In fact, I'm going to get a stage prop. If you give me just 10 seconds, I'm going to grab it. I should have put it next to my laptop. So this here, I feel like a QVC person now, but I don't get any commission for this, I promise you. This, I think you can see it. This is a K-safe. It's a plastic safe. You take off the lid, you put in your phone or cookies if you're obsessed with them or whatever it is that you want to protect yourself from. you turn this dial at the top, you push the button, and it locks your phone away for anything between 5 minutes and a whole day. I won't sit down and watch a film with my partner unless we both put our phones in the phone jail. I won't have my friends around for dinner unless we all agree to imprison our phones. And it's stressful at first, right? But I say to everyone, think about anything you've ever achieved in your life that you're proud of, whether it's, you know, success in your job, being a good parent, learning to play the guitar, whatever it is, that thing that you're proud of required a huge amount of sustained focus and attention. And when your ability to focus and pay attention breaks down, your ability to achieve your goals breaks down. Your ability to solve your problems breaks down. You feel less competent because you, in fact, are less competent. So there are loads of things like that we can do to defend ourselves. I go through loads in the book, and I'm sure Karen will bring up more, but give you an example of another one. There's an app you can get on your computer called Freedom. It can cut you off either from specific websites, like say you're obsessed with Instagram, you can say, don't let me access Instagram for the next 5 hours because I'm working, or it can cut you off from the entire internet, however long you tell it to, and you can have it synced to both your phone and your laptop. So, you know, I really recommend get a case safe, get Freedom installed on your devices. But I also want to be really candid with people, because I don't feel most people who talk about attention are leveling with people. I am passionately in favor of these individual changes. They will really help. I can talk to you a lot about them. I do a lot of them. They really help me, and they help the young people in my lives. On their own, they're not going to solve the whole crisis, because at the moment, it's like someone is pouring itching powder over us all day, and then they're leaning forward and going, you know what, mate, you might want to learn how to meditate, then you wouldn't scratch so much. You want to go, well, screw you, I'll learn to meditate, that's really valuable, but you need to stop pouring this damn itching powder over me, right? We're living in an environment, you know, one of the leading children's attention experts in the world, an amazing man named Professor Joel Nigg, who's at the University of Portland, said where I interviewed him, said to me that we need to ask if we're living in what he called an attentional pathogenic environment, an environment in which all of us are having our attention systematically undermined by these big forces. So I've got to stop speaking in 2 minutes, but I spent a lot of time in Silicon Valley interviewing people who designed key aspects of the technological world in which we now live. And one of the things that was most striking is how sick with guilt and shame they feel about what they did. It's a guy called Dr. James Williams, a wonderful person who worked at the heart of this machine. And one day was speaking at a conference of people who literally, this conference, the audience, were people who've designed the stuff your kids are using today. And he said to them, if there's anyone here who wants to live in the world that we're creating, please put up your hand. And nobody put up their hand, right? Not long afterwards, he quit and became a really important philosopher of attention. And these people in Silicon Valley explained to me both the ways in which this machinery is hacking and degrading our attention, but they also explain the most important thing, which is that it doesn't have to work this way. We can have all the technology we currently have, but not have it designed to hack and invade our attention. I can explain that more. I know it sounds a little bit odd. It took me a while to get my head around because I've got 1 minute left. I'll just say that we can do that, but it will only happen through regulation, right? If we regulate the way these companies work, we can prevent them from acting in the most destructive ways towards us and our children. Just like, you know, there used to be a lot of lead in the air. People will remember. I remember when I was a kid, leaded petrol. I remember my mum putting it in the car. That was the only form of petrol you could get when we were kids. When I was a kid, there'll be some younger people here who don't know what I'm talking about. But and it was revealed that exposure to lead is really bad for people's brains and particularly bad for your ability to focus and pay attention. So we banned leaded petrol, right? As a result, we're not breathing in lead all the time because if it's in petrol, it's in the air. We all breathe it in. As a result, the Centre for Disease Control says the average child is 3 to 5 IQ points higher than it would have been had we not banned leaded petrol. Now, there are things like the lead in the petrol that are acting on our brains right now. We can deal with them, but all this requires a shift in consciousness. Think about what I said right at the start, that when I couldn't focus, I blamed myself. I thought, oh, you're lacking in willpower. You're not strong enough. We need to change that story because at the moment, we're also almost all suffering from these problems and we're almost all blaming ourselves. This is not your fault, right? This is being done to you by some big and powerful forces, but we can take on those powerful forces. We can defend ourselves and our kids. and we can take on those forces. But it requires a shift in consciousness. We need to stop blaming ourselves and start being angry with the forces that are doing this to us. And we need to realize, you know, we are not medieval peasants begging at the court of King Musk and King Zuckerberg for a few little crumbs of attention from their table. We are all the free citizens of democracies, and we own our own minds. And together, we can take them back if we want to. Okay, I think I hit 20 minutes. Do you want to, Karen, are you still there?
Hi, yeah, I'm still here, and I've been really trying not to focus on who's locked out of the conference. I think that's been really, really helpful and really interesting. We're getting feedback that people like the jail idea for the phone. So I think
yes, it's called a K safe. Yeah,
it's called a what?
It's called a K. If you just Google K and then space safe, you can get one. I should really have bought stocks in this company before. I wrote my book, apparently their sales have gone right up. But and the app I was talking about is called Freedom. But there's actually various timed safes you can get. But the K safe is I think it's a good one.
That's great. And in terms of questions, I think it'd be really great if you could say a little more about what you think your thinking about focus means for leaders specifically. And
I think it has huge implications. I think we need to really deeply change our concept of what being a leader is. Firstly, like I mentioned, we think the good worker is the one that the leader can interrupt at any moment and is always accessible and available to the leader. That is completely the opposite of the truth. If you want your workers to be able to focus and pay attention, then you want them to have long periods throughout the day when you can't contact them and no one can contact them, right? So that's partly it. We think that the worker who works best is the worker who works to the point of exhaustion. It's completely wrong. For example, I spent time in New Zealand with a company called Perpetual Guardian that moved from a 5-day week to a 4-day week for the same pay. So they moved to 4 days, but they were paid the same as when they did for 5 days. Fascinating spending time with them. The experiment was monitored by Auckland Business School. They achieved more in 4 days than they had in 5, right? This happened everywhere where they moved to a 4-day week, from Toyota in Japan, where productivity went up by 40% when they moved to a 4-day week, I list all the companies that have tried this. And I remember at first thinking, well, this is just too good to be true. How can that be? But actually the scientific evidence why, and it's been studied quite carefully, is pretty clear. Exhausted people are not productive, right? People who've rested, who are up for the game, are much more productive. So I think that's one of the two of the challenges for leaders. Stop thinking the good worker is the one that can be interrupted. Stop thinking the good worker is the one who exhausts themselves. I think another one is, and this fits with a lot of evidence, there's a brilliant Australian social scientist called Professor Michael Marmot, who's done a lot on this. And he discovered, it's going to sound for a minute like, what's this got to do with the question, just bear with me. Mm-hmm. He discovered the key factor, not the only one, but the key factor that causes depression and anxiety at work. The key factor is whether or not you have control over your work. The less control you have over your work, the more likely you are to become depressed or anxious, right? And there's a lot of evidence that the more a worker has control over their work, and in a related but slightly different field, the more they feel that their work is meaningful, the more the better they are able to focus and pay attention on it. I mean, think of it simply as a frog is better able to pay attention. A frog will pay more attention to a fly than to a stone, because the fly is meaningful to it and the stone is not. Everyone listening knows, if I gave you a book about something you just don't find interesting, let's say you're not interested in physics at all, and I gave you a complex book of physics, you'd find that really difficult to read, just to pay attention to. If I gave you a book about a subject that's really important to you, that you really care about, you'd find it really easy to read it, right? Or much easier, right? So the more something is meaningful to you, the easier it is to pay attention, the more easily your attention will flow. So we often think, it's a kind of outdated idea of leadership, but still very prevalent, that the good leader is the one who hands down decisions, who, I'm the boss, I take the decisions, you follow my orders, like an army model, right? Actually, if you want your workers to be able to pay attention, to be less likely to become depressed and anxious. You want to, of course, while maintaining the cohesion of the organization and overall direction, and while maintaining channels of accountability, you actually want to be giving them the maximum possible control. And control and meaning are related, because when people have control over their work, they infuse it with meaning. I'll give you, gosh, it's a long answer, I'll just finish in a second. I'll give you an example of a simple one. NHS cleaners. Before, so that it was privatized in the 90s, NHS cleaning services. And cleaning got much worse after it was privatized. People were like, well, why is that? And it turned out, before they privatized it, of course, the main job of cleaners was to clean, right? Clean the wards. But also, cleaners would like look out for the patients. If there was someone who didn't have water, they go, oh, you need some water, I'll go get you some water. They were very engaged. They had a lot of control over their work and they were engaged. Under privatization, suddenly the private company said, what do you do? Don't fetch water for that person. That's not your job. It's someone else's job. Get on and clean. And it meant that it stripped the job of meaning for those cleaners, who became more disengaged, paid less attention, and actually became more depressed and anxious and just dejected. Now, that's an extreme example, but you can see it's a good example of how when someone has control over their work, they will create meaning and identify things that need to be done in a way that when they don't have control, when it's just shut up, do what I tell you, you then don't do that. So I think all of these things are really important for leaders to know.
Thank you. I think you managed to answer 2 questions there, because we had another question about
right.
supporting workers
Yeah.
and clients, but I think you gave some tips there. So I want to move on to another question, which is about working environment. And this question says, complex problems have led to the need for greater collaboration. And this has led to so many meetings. There's no space for thinking. How do organizations balance collaboration and thinking space?
This is so important. And, you know, I once interviewed someone who said, I hope I die in a work meeting, because the gap between life and death there is already so small. I won't feel the pain of death. This is really important. There's a huge amount of scientific evidence about this. Most meetings are completely pointless and in fact drain the life out of people and demotivate people. So I would say most organizations should aim to have a quota of meetings for every worker, and you should be able to go, you know what, I've done 2 meetings today, enough, right? Just you want to realize that of course meetings have some benefits, but they come with costs. And at the moment, managers tend to think only of the benefits and not of the costs. So I would recommend only call a meeting when it has a very tightly focused goal, right? In fact, the evidence is that collaboration tends to happen in sort of spaces away from this. So you want to have minimize the amount of meetings, constantly have a dialogue about the cost of meetings, only have meetings when there is a clearly defined goal for the meeting. We want to solve this problem. If at the start of the meeting, you cannot say, we are having this meeting because we have this problem, and by the end of the meeting, we want to have a solution to this problem, then you shouldn't be having the meeting, right? Have a party if you want, have general chit chat if you want, but that's not a meeting, right? A meeting is an attempt to solve a specific problem or several specific problems. So you want to be, or at the start of the meeting, you know, people should feel really emboldened. And I would say managers should tell people, we will not be offended if you ask this at the start of the meeting, what is the point of this meeting and what are we aiming to achieve from it? If there isn't a 20-second answer, disband the meeting and all go and do your work, right? So in this case, it's amazing how much the evidence about what it makes a productive workplace has not changed the way we actually work. Give another example. The evidence is overwhelming. Open plan noises are terrible for attention and focus, right? When you're hearing noise, particularly if someone's speaking, your brain has to activate filters to shut out the noise, right? So imagine if right now, while I was talking to you, I also had on the telly and it was, I don't know, Sky News, and it was saying what you would have to be actively filtering out the Sky News chit chat to focus on what I was saying, right? But because you only hear me, you don't have to do that, right? Open plan offices put you in a position of having to constantly filter. That takes a huge amount of your mental energy. You don't think of it that way, but it does. It diminishes your thinking capacity for the things you're working on. There's so many things like this that are where the way we work is disconnected from the best evidence about how we should work, well, actually relatively small tweaks can yield really significant improvements in productivity.
Thank you. I'm going to ask for a quick answer to one more question.
Sorry, I'm not good at quick answers. I apologize.
No, that's fine, because I think it's really rich, but I'm just conscious of time.
Sure.
One last question is how to offer your idea to teenagers so that it's real and they action it. So I'm looking for just a quick answer on that one.
Do not approach them in a spirit of judgment. Don't stand over them and go, there's something wrong with you. Approach them in a spirit of love and compassion, which go, you know, I've got this problem. I think maybe you do too. What can we do together? It's about identifying what they're unhappy with, because there are very few teenagers that go, you know what? I love this world in which we live. I love not being able to pay attention. I love constantly soaking up abuse on social media. So no judgment, entirely about identifying what they're uncomfortable and working from there outwards.
Fabulous. Thank you so much. It's been wonderful to have you with us today. We're so privileged. I'm sure you've given us all some provocative takeaways, so that's also really helpful. And hope that I'll pass across again.
Oh, thank you so much, Karen. I'm now going to go and overdose on Lemsip again. So fabulous.
Oh, get well soon. Thank you for.
Cheers.
Thanks for showing up well poorly.
I really enjoyed it. Thanks, everyone. Cheers.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye now. So for our next speaker, we have quite a provocative question from Adah Parris, which is, what type of ancestor do you want to be? Hi, Adah, welcome.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon.
Lovely to see you. And I hope that you're well. Johann, our last speaker, wasn't very well. I hope you're feeling good.
Yes, I'm ready and looking forward to this session.
Brilliant, us too, thank you. Before we get going, I'd just like to introduce you properly. Adah, you're the Chair of Mental Health First Aid England, the Centre of Cultural Values Advisory Group, and I can't really keep track of the number of interests that you have there. You describe yourself as a polymath, a keynote speaker, a futurist, a systems thinker. Oh yeah, and you're also a coach. Woohoo! Over 20 years of experience in transforming cultures to create human blockchains, decentralized human ecosystems of trust and transparency. Adah, you've worked with businesses, with individuals, in advertising, in education, in entertainment, entrepreneurship, marketing, media and technology startups. Oh, and I also found on SoundCloud a nice music piece that you've done about global warming. So you're a nowist who explores the anatomy of transformation. You focus on changing how we will experience the world by asking, what type of ancestor do you want to be? Do I want to be? All under the philosophical idea and systems framework that you call cyborg shamanism. And even just those two words together made me kind of like sit up and take notice. You're one of the most influential women in UK technology and recognised as one of the UK's top 100 Black and minority ethnic leaders in technology. That was in 2018. And we're delighted to have you with us today.
Thank you so much for having me. Those introductions always make me laugh. They're so, I mean, behind everything, all the labels, all the titles, it comes down to, for me, one question. I'm just going to share some slides with you. I'm
going to leave you now.
Yeah,
and
okay.
See you shortly.
See you shortly. Right. Let's see. Hopefully this works. So you should just be able to see. Right. If someone can just confirm that they can see that. Great. So, as Karen said, I have a big question for you. So, nearly 3 years ago, we all experienced one of the biggest collective existential awakenings of our time. And regardless of who we were, who we are, where we came from, we were all forced to stop and to start to see the world through a new lens. And for many, this was the first time that we realized that the things that we thought were normal were actually broken. And so we had to let go of many old beliefs, any rules of the game, the way that this is the way that we've always done this is what's not possible, the frameworks that we use, the language that we use, the way that we operate, the way that we showed up for ourselves and for others. We had to let go of that and try and find new ways of being, new ways of coming together. New ways, and what we had to do is find new ways of actually finding a sense of comfort, a sense of stability and security, especially in turbulent times. What it also did is brought us face to face with the fragility of what it means to be human. And so what that meant is that we had to navigate our future, our present and our future in a more conscious way. We had to be more conscious of the choices that we make individually and collectively. And so what that meant is that as business leaders, suddenly you've become aware, many of you had become aware of the fact that you're also responsible in many ways for the wants, needs, and desires of your people, of your staff. And that has to become an integral part of the DNA of your organization. So it wasn't enough to say, we don't have budget to do diversity and inclusion, or we don't have the budget to do this, but actually, and looking at people's identities in the full intersectional guise of that. But what we realized is that actually we have a bigger responsibility to our people and a bigger responsibility to ourselves, especially in states of turmoil. And so what we also found out is that more people started to talk. They would walk or they would talk, and they would use algorithms and technology to share their dissatisfaction. And so that brought a new level of anxiety and kind of thinking for you as leaders. So now more than ever, what we've got to is we're now 3 years later, we're in a place where we recognize the true power of the intersectional identity, of the intersectional nature of our identities. The fact that everything that we are, we tend to separate who we are at work and who we are at home. But actually this pandemic, the last 3 years have helped us to realize that actually we need to bring all of this together, because the common denominator is us. And so when it comes to coaching, as Karen said, I'm a coach. And I feel that when I try and take on a new coaching client, I always say that I believe that coaching is helping people to recognize and achieve their goals quicker than they could on their own. And that is why I think that there's a strong link between coaching, leadership, and the question that I really want to ask. So whenever I'm coming together, I've been asked to do a talk, or I think about working with a new client, I always start by going back to the same quote because it keeps me grounded. But it's also a great one because I think it also helps people to understand that, nobody has all the answers. But what we need more of in this world is really good questions. And so the quote that I always start with is, the purpose of a storyteller is not to tell you how to think, but to give you questions to think upon. And given the title of this conference this gathering is the Great Leadership Reset, I feel that there's only one question that we should be asking ourselves right now. And that is, what type of ancestor do you want to be? And it's a huge question. But the reason I ask this question is because if we think about the word ancestor, what it means is, it means that we're creating a legacy. It means that we are ancestors now, because everything that we're doing is creating a ripple effect. We can't just focus on the ancestors of the past or think, well, I'll be an ancestor later in the future. Every single thing that we do now, every decision that we make is creating a ripple effect. We're creating legacies. And as leaders, that's what we're doing. We are also not just about the people, not just about the business, but we are also in the business of creating legacies. And so that's why I want us to think about what type of ancestor you want to be, because it's another way of reframing a similar question that also brings into it our lived experiences. So how can being a good ancestor, or the idea of being a good ancestor, help you to be a good leader? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk you through 5 questions, kind of provocations that you'll be able to take away that can turn some of this thinking into action, because that's what this is about. It's not just about having the conversations and questions, it's also making this very practical for you, for us all. So the first one, leave. We all know that we're in a state of flux. The world is, we've just been coming out of pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic, Black Lives Matter, global atrocities, Russia and Ukraine, all sorts of things. And now we're in a recession and we've got the cost of living crisis. And so I believe that many of our biggest problems in the world are actually, when you start to look at them, whether it's climate change, gender, or equality, all of these things, I think that they are caused by contrasting perceptions of impact and of value. And each of these, our relationship with each of those is actually based on our lived experiences, our socializations, the nature of our identity, of where we find ourselves in power structures, including within organizations. Because, some of the work I've been doing with some of my clients, there's a perception that the higher you get up in the business, the more senior you become in a business, the less you begin to understand the lived experiences of some of your people. And that creates a disconnect. So then if that's the perception, that may not be the reality, but if that's the perception, how do you then create a sense of empathy and compassion within the cultures that we as leaders are responsible for? If we already recognize that what we once believed as normal is more or less a myth that has been created, then we need to start thinking about, as leaders, how do we leave the old ways behind to create new values that are reflective of the lived experiences of the people within our community, or our culture. Because for me, culture is about, is the umbrella that is the collective of the lived experiences and stories and identity of the people within that space. So, how do we create new values? Over the last 3 years, as I said at the beginning, we have all gone through an existential crisis, asking ourselves, who am I? What's important to me? What impact do I want to have in the world? And for some of you, a reframing of what type of leader do I want to be? And it's about, as I said, it's about that closing the gap between what we're saying on the outside and what's happening on the inside, whether for us as individuals or for us as organizations. We've done lots of thinking and now is the time to act. So let's start by recalibrating and redefining what your values are to clearly define your goals, especially in this current climate where there's so much turbulence. I thought I'd give you some examples of mine. So my personal goals, my personal values rather, trust, reciprocity without ego, curiosity, learning and growth through play, activism, empathetic and compassionate evolution, diversity, innovation through difference and collective intelligence, and humility, strength and leadership through vulnerability. And actually, when I was writing this talk, I actually realized that what I had done is I live my values because I'm so clear on them, I live them. And so what it means is that I realized that I had written them into this talk. So you'll start to see them, you'll hear some of the language come through. What this looks like for clients is individual, and this is just giving you some examples to think about, individual and collective responsibility to cultural and economic sustainability. A human ecology, a culture that's in constant state of flux. A culture where human-centered KPIs, measures of success, of individual success is also part of the business success. A culture where autonomy, curiosity, collective intelligence leads to systemic innovation. Anyhow, that gives you some ideas of some of the things. Actually, one I do want to mention, which I think is really important, is that there is a culture where planetary and environmental impact and sustainability are also a measure of success. So the question, the thought for you as leaders is, what are your new values? Phase 2. Question 2, provocation 2, breathe. Now I hear you saying, that's great to talk about creating new values, but it's easier said than done because we have these processes and this is the way that we need to do this and we have our hierarchies and things that need to be taken into consideration. Yes, that is true, but it's not impossible. So start by asking yourself, where are the tensions in your system that are stopping you, that is hindering transformation in and across your organization? Where are the things that are holding people in the sense they're holding their breath? We started to recognize some of that now through the last couple of years. What are the things that, especially on a human level right now, that we need that can help us to breathe, that can help the organization to breathe? Well, one of those things, as Karen mentioned at the beginning, I'm the chair of Mental Health First Aid England, and I believe that if we look at mental health and well-being as one of these things that will enable an organization to breathe, you know, looking at it from a well-being perspective, that acknowledging that there's no shame in speaking up and removing that. If we look at some of the statistics around the UK, 1 in 4 adults and 1 in 10 children experience mental illness. And many more people have experiencing something under the radar, especially in this climate. There are a lot of people who are burnt out. I've had 3 burnouts. There's no joke. And as leaders, this is something that we need to be aware of and need to be able to start to support people through some of this. This is what we can do to start helping people to breathe. The reason a lot of people don't talk about it is because there's a sense of shame, or there are limiting beliefs around, oh, well, I should be better, I should know better. We're all human. We are beautiful and messy and complex, but we also have these other sides that we need to be able to share, because that's what we need to move together. And as leaders, we should be leading by example and showing that there are levels of vulnerability that are appropriate in the workplace, that can in fact be welcome, and that can help foster empathy and compassion. So as I said, I'm the chair of Mental Health First Aid England, and it's a social enterprise that trains people to be mental health first aiders. We believe that good mental health is a social justice issue, and that workplaces have a responsibility to take a holistic approach to ensuring that workplaces are places and spaces where people feel seen, feel heard, and that they feel that they can choose to bring their whole selves. We have a campaign that we talk about is My Whole Self. How do you enable people to make the choice to bring their whole selves into their work environment? And, you know, yesterday at MHFA, we launched our impact report. We've been operating for 15 years. We have trained just over 500,000 people to be mental health first aiders, but our staff are so pleased with us that we have won 2 Great Place to Work awards, because we take the mental health and well-being of our staff as paramount, and especially during these last couple of years. And as we're starting to move into this, you know, this new climate of recession and all sorts of stuff, this is the time to ramp up supporting your people, because they all support you, and you have, the business is nothing without the people. So the World Health Organization also says that depression is one of the leading causes of disability, and actually that has a profound impact on what happens in the work environment. And so if you can create the cultures and create, nurture and maintain cultures of learning, of growth, of openness, of opportunity, of transparency, a coaching environment, then you have the potential to be better leaders, to be seen as better ancestors, because the ripple effects that you're creating is that you're creating a wave of good mental health and well-being, of psychological safety and of growth. That leads me on to the next one, grow. So we've looked at your values, we've looked at some of the tensions in the system with mental health and well-being, one of them. So what are some of the tools, technologies, rituals and behaviors that could be used by you as leaders to help future-proof your business whilst looking at the mental health and well-being of people? As I said, coaching is one way. And Karen and I both mentioned I'm a coach. And as I mentioned, I believe that coaching is about helping people to identify and work towards their goals quicker than they could on their own. And as leaders, you may not realize it sometimes, but you're already in coaching relationships that with your staff. And that coaching is not a linear relationship. It's not an A to B to C. It's actually, these should be cyclical, holistic, you know, 360, whatever language you want to use, but they should be those types of relationships. And so what tools could help you to create that? Well, that sense of common unity, that sense of autonomy, that sense of shared collective of goals and objectives that I spoke about. Well, as I said in one of my values, I believe that what you can do is to help people unleash their inner activist. Don't be afraid of it. Activism is not just about going on protest marches, but it's about believing in something bigger than yourself. At MHFA England, we all work there because we believe that good mental health is a social justice issue. What are some of the things that you believe? Some of the things that your people believe? It's about activism is about believing in something bigger than yourself and having an idea of what good or great looks like and wanting to work towards that together. It's about finding yourself, understanding yourself, being clear on your why, and then thinking big and creating the rallying call to find the others, to bring others with you as part of that story. It's about checking egos at the door and recognizing that we can nurture cultures where we're not afraid of people being activists, for standing up for what they believe in, for sharing, because it becomes a culture of curiosity and playfulness. It becomes where people feel that they have their views seen and heard and believed, because as we've seen through these last couple of years, inclusion is not enough. People want to feel that they belong. They want to feel that they are part of the fabric. They want to feel that they have a sense of ownership, autonomy over the way that things happen. And that's what a good leader is. And that's what a great activist is. And that is what a great ancestor is. So that's why I feel that as part of this grow, a tool, if you like, is to encourage people to be activists, to encourage them, because those activists are problem solvers and storytellers and doers and makers and passionately curious people and entrepreneurs. And wouldn't you want some entrepreneurs inside your organizations? So, next step, flow. There is a beautiful First Nations, so Indigenous peoples quote that says, "We don't inherit the future from our ancestors, we borrow it from our children." So with our new values and our ability to breathe easier and our individual and collective responsibility to good mental health and well-being, and the beginnings of a holistic approach to future-proofing our cultures, our organizations, our businesses, because we truly need to be responsible for that. This is why I asked the question, because we're now starting to think about what are the legacies, and who, not the fact that, yes, we are building on the foundations of the past, but we're also in the present now, building the future for those to come. And one way to look at this, what I do with my clients, is to get them to think about, we're creating states of flow where people thrive, not just survive. And that's what great leadership is. And that's what coaching can do. And so finally, we come to the end of that. The last provocation is ground. How do we get people, how do we bring people with us on this journey? Because as a leader, it can be lonely sometimes, but you also want to bring people along as part of this story. And this is about open communication and recognizing that everything is connected. I tend to refer to this as puppeteering, that you move one thing over here and the little toe over here will move. And so as leaders, as great ancestors, is recognizing the interconnected nature of everything, of our identities, of the way that we do business, of how we operate the businesses, of how we tell stories, of the goals that we set, the values and the perception of value and the perception of impact. Because as I said, what that does is it means that we make space for vulnerability, for diversity, for inclusion, for all of these things. We recognize that these people's identities are shifting and changing within an organization, but recognizing that those are your best assets. And a way of doing that is to create a culture that is about growth, personal and professional growth. And I'm a big believer that that can happen through coaching. So it's about recognizing that, also recognizing that as leaders, you're great at what you do because that's why you're there. But there are also times when you may not be the best person to do this. you may need some support. That's where we as mental health first aid come in. You know, when we're talking about mental health and wellness, that's what coaches can do. That's what it's recognizing that there is no shame in being able and going and asking for the support you need and handing that to somebody who you can be a partner with, who a collaborator, a supplier, a critical friend. As you can tell, I absolutely love coaching. I think that there is so much value in it. But I think that sometimes people need to recognize that it is also about asking for what you need, that there's fun, and that can be a step of vulnerability. Okay, actually, we need some support, but it's okay, because that is what creates healthy ripples and legacies and future-proof in the business. And that is something to be very proud of. So as I draw close, those 5 points again. Leave. How do we leave the old ways behind to create new values? Breathe. What are some of the tensions in the system that are holding things together, holding you in stasis? The old norm, the things that we would have said are normal, or the things that we don't want to talk about. One, especially in this current climate, mental health and well-being. How can you, as a good leader, support the mental health and well-being of your people? Grow. What are the tools, technologies, rituals, behaviors that you need to change, that we need to change, whether individually or collectively, that can help make the rest of that true? Flow. How do we create states of flow where people are thriving and not just surviving? And ground. How do we get people to come along on this journey with us, to share, to be part of this bigger narrative, this bigger story of we, of us? Moving from I human, from it's me, it's about me, my needs, I need to sort myself out as a leader, as an individual, to actually, we are in this together. Because through the pandemic, we realized that we can't do this on our own. We need support. The rise of the little local community groups supporting each other, that's what you have right now. All of you on this call, all of you in wherever you are in the world, right now you're a community who are bound by a common unity. There is a reason why you've chosen to be here. And that's part of all of this. Leave, breathe, grow, blow, and ground. Thank you.
Adah, thank you. I really admire the simplicity of what you say. You speak like a coach, but the undercurrent has that great sense of activism, and it's amazing how far we've travelled in 20 short minutes. So thank you so much. We've got some time for some questions. And I think front of mind, in my mind, were, I know we've got quite a few public sector people with us today. And so I wanted to acknowledge housing,
Yes.
and in particular, dear Awab Ishak. Yep. Also, the Grenfell fallen and the survivors of Grenfell. So I think that, and also the wider context of big tech and what we were hearing from Johann earlier about the way that's structured, and Musk and Zuckerberg. I think the values part is such a big deal in everything that's going on. And the first question that we have relates to that. It's really someone who's saying agencies I work with will say their main barrier to transformation is being massively under-resourced. And that's staff vacancies, poor funding, and this limits creative thinking. How would you respond?
I completely understand. I completely empathize. You know, as I said, mental health first aid is a social enterprise. We are small. We are small. But one of the things that we did, I mean, I was the wild card when they took me on this chair. I come from a very different background. I'm a systems thinker, and I have challenged, Simon, the CEO, will tell you, I have challenged them as an organization. But what I've done is I've come with an outside-in perspective of having a look and saying, okay, where are these interconnected things? What are some of the ways that I can help you step outside of your echo chamber, step outside of the way that you currently think, and look for patterns in different worlds. You mentioned at the beginning cyborg shamanism. That's exactly what it is about. Recognizing that there are patterns. All these things happen in different ways, in different spaces. And there are things that we can learn. I mean, there are things that we can learn from nature that can help us. For example, I was given a talk about social networks, and I gave the example that the best social networks in the world are formed by bacteria. There are things that we can learn in the most random spaces, and it's sometimes I think that a way to help. I recognize the lack of resources, I recognize all of that, but step outside and look at how nature solves it. Look at how activism solves it. There is a great platform called, there's a platform called Ask Nature, which I use all the time. It's asknature.org, I think. And what you do is you go on and you put the problem in. So it could say community building. And then it will bring up how different aspects of nature form community building. That's one way of actually shortcutting it, because it may be that actually you may not need to have a big budget. We just think that we do to be able to solve things. It may mean that actually we need to redress, reconfigure how we operate as an organization. And don't be afraid of stepping outside. I think the biggest thing that I've done and we've done at MHFA is step outside the organization, the way that we've operated, and just gone, okay, where can we find these similar patterns that are solved really quickly? Oh, the other one I wanted to say is a great one that is actually really good for public sector who don't have a lot of money is it's called Beautiful Rising. And it is strategies that activists use around the world. So, they will not have big budgets, but they are strategies, tactics, methodologies, and examples of how they solve problems. I take those and I use them inside my client organizations. There's a website, there's a book, and there are a deck of cards. Great. And get a coach.
Good advice. Yeah, I'll go along with that. So another question is about maximizing shareholder value as a rationale for going to work.
Yeah.
Is this incompatible with the concepts that you've been sharing with us today?
It's an interesting one, because our societies and cultures have been built on this idea that we need to maximize shareholder value in order for things to be successful. And what that does is it creates, and this is a little bit of a political rant of mine, but it then creates these hierarchies that actually move away from the origins, the original intention of what we're trying to do. So I listened to some of Johann speaking earlier when he's talking about Mark Zuckerberg and those sorts of things. It's what happens with the tech bros. It's what happens in Silicon Valley. I believe that I believe, and I'm seeing that now we have a window of opportunity now to do things differently. And there are more and more people who have been through this. What is the impact I want to have in the world, that are, especially in that senior level, that are thinking, okay, what can we do differently? And I think that there are more people willing to have conversations of operating in a different way right now. It's just been announced that we're in a recession, and people are starting to panic and think about, oh my gosh, what does this mean? I actually think now is the time to have those conversations. If you can frame it right, I think now is the time. If you frame it around good mental health and well-being of your people, look at the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. There are 30 articles of human rights. Look at how you as an organization are matching some of those or missing some of those, and use those as your reason for being, and use those as the way to have conversations. I think it's changing.
I think that's great. And one of the things we think about here at the AoEC and we're working towards is B Corp. So looking at the triple bottom line of people, planet and profit. I think there's something about not just accepting that the world isn't as we want it to be. We have to be the change we want to see.
Yeah.
So I think B Corp has just now enlisted its 1000th member.
Wow.
And there's also, this is the Better Business Act.
Yeah.
Any organisation can review that and can sign up to become a member of the Better Business Act.
Yeah, I think those are great. Universal Declaration of Human Rights are great, and the global goals. So they used to be called the UN Sustainability Development Goals. There are 17 of them, and what people tend to do is pick one and say, we're going to do this. That's not how it works. You have to look at all of them. So a way of looking at, when you're talking about shareholder value and having these conversations, is to use these things that we all should be working towards as a society and reframe the conversation. Because there is a shift. There is a shift. More and more people want to do better.
And we can start a movement. We can start a movement.
Yes, definitely.
Just before we say cheerio, I'd like to ask you, if anyone's wanting to be a mental health first aider, what would you suggest they do?
So actually reach out to me. I can pass on my email address. I'm happy for people to drop me an email. What we're doing is we have just launched, so yesterday we launched our impact report. What I can do is I can send you the email. Send it to me. I'll send you the email address of the person that they should speak to. We've currently been focusing on organizational, so working with organizations rather than individuals, but next year I think we will start to bring in the individuals again. There's two ways of doing it. The organizations can come to us and we can sort that out. If individuals want to be trained as mental health first aiders, there are lists of instructor members on our website who can help you do that. And most of the courses we've just updated them online. And I've done both, mental health first aider and the suicide first aider, and it's been invaluable.
I'm going to have to close there. I want to give everyone a break. It's been such a pleasure to have you with us. Thank you so much for sharing your insights today, and hope to see you again.
Yes, thank you.
Take care.
Bye.
Welcome back from the break, and we're now moving to the first of our panel discussions. And in this discussion, we're going to be exploring the power of purpose. And that's because in the last few years, we've seen discussion continuing to build around values, as Adah was sharing with us, as well as purpose and meaning at work. The climate crisis is pressing, and it's brought us into more conversations around corporate responsibility. There's an ever-growing body of evidence as to why diversity, inclusion, and equity belonging and there's also the issue of greenwashing, which just won't do. So I mentioned earlier initiatives such as B Corp and the Top Employers Institute are driving positive change. People, purpose, planet, and prosperity, the 4 Ps, are replacing profit, profit, and profit. So it's in that spirit that we have invited strong leaders today who have purpose and people at the heart of their work. And a warm welcome to all 3 of you. First up, we have Adrian Bettridge, who doesn't see it. Yes, there you are. Hi, Adrian. Thank you for joining us. Adrian, you're a successful management consultant, having started your career at Accenture and now being managing partner at Baringa Partners, which is a highly successful management consultancy enjoying rapid growth. And the pillars of your firm's are the triple bottom line. And unsurprisingly, Adrian, you're also a qualified coach, having qualified as an executive coach. And one thing that's inspiring is walking into your office and seeing written on the wall, be kind, be curious, be great at work, all of which were about being and not about doing. We also have with us Jen Tippin. Hello, Jen, are you there? Can't yet see you.
I'm here. I think for some reason my video wasn't able to start. I think
there you are. There we are.
it was disabled, but I think you can see me now.
I
Yes.
see you now. A warm welcome to you, Jen. You're Chief People and Transformation Officer at NatWest Group. And frankly, the reinvention of NatWest Group over the last 10 years has been inspiring. And you've been part of that journey following the review of purpose and strategy that was done in 2020. You've got the inspiring leader, Alison Rose, as your chief exec. And it's really heartwarming to see the kinds of initiatives coming out of NatWest in terms of sustainability, family-friendly policies. I've got here your advertorial about Like a Boss, funding female entrepreneurship, because historically women entrepreneurs have had a more difficult time getting attracting investment. So it's great to have you with us here today to share your expertise. And Rina, lovely to have you. I first met you, Rina, about 10 years ago, and when you said you wanted to start a diversity consultancy. I don't think that really existed 10 years ago. And since then, you've created the wonderful Voice at the Table. You've been advocating for inclusivity since it became a thing. And now DE&I jobs are the most highly advertised roles on LinkedIn, which shows how prescient you were. And since then, you've built a strong capability advising all kinds of clients about how to be more inclusive in their work. So a warm welcome and thanks to all three of you. And let's start.
Karen, you've gone on mute, so we can't hear you. Sorry.
Thanks for telling me. Hard to answer the question. What question do you want to answer? Thanks for letting me know. I asked a question. Did everyone hear Rina's introduction? Yes, good. Okay, so everyone's introduced. Everyone feels they know each other. It'd be good just to, if you wouldn't mind sharing some examples around the theme of leaders as social change agents. What sort of things have worked for you personally? And if I might start with you, Jen.
Yeah, sure, by all means. And thanks again for the invitation, Karen. Well, look, I think what's changed for leaders, I think one of the things that we feel is that for leaders to feel fulfilled at work, then everything needs to be in balance. And leaders also need to feel they're able to have an impact on their community, on growth, and on purpose. And that consistently comes through from all the research that we see around what provides fulfillment for leaders. And if I take each of those in turn, you know, when I think about community, one of the things that we have done is, and it's one of the foundations that underpins our purpose as a business, is something that we call the Do Good, Feel Good program. And that helps colleagues choose charities to support in their local area. We give every one of our 60,000 colleagues 3 days to volunteer in their local community each day. There's absolutely not a top-down approach to this. We know that colleagues are best placed to know who needs support in their local community, and we get terrific feedback on that, as you might imagine, for colleagues to be able to feel involved and do something that's meaningful for them within their own community. The other aspect that we see coming through very strongly from leaders to feel fulfilled is around personal growth. One of the things we launched this year was to give, again, every one of our colleagues at least 2 days a year to focus on building future skills. We recognise that the world of work is changing. We recognise that technology is, you know, significantly disrupting the world of banking. We're committed to being a learning organisation. One of our core 5 values is around being curious. And so we really wanted to encourage all of our colleagues, our leaders included, to spend the time, to dedicate the time to learning new skills and bringing more of the outside in to help them in their day jobs. And then finally, purpose is absolutely the heart of what we have been focused on over the last few years. Our purpose is all around people, families and businesses. We feel that we have an opportunity to help people, families and businesses in this country to unlock potential, and we feel the same for our colleagues. When we launched our purpose-led strategy, we ran workshops with thousands of colleagues across the group, not only to talk about the group's purpose, but also to talk about their own personal purpose. And that has shifted, as you might imagine, for many colleagues over the course of the last couple of years, particularly driven by the pandemic. And so encouraging our people to think about what matters to them, what drives them as an individual, how that then connects up to the work that we do across our group, really helps, I think, cement that sense of purpose in the work that people do on a day-to-day basis. So, you know, those are some of the themes that we've been focusing on, particularly around, you know, leaders as social change agents.
That sounds amazing, and I love that idea of community work and actually empowering people to work independently. And Adrian, there were moments where I could see your eyes lighting up, because I'm sensing some connection or some similarities in what Jen said and what you experience at Baringa Partners.
Yeah, I think Jen and I could be brother and sister on this same sort of strategy about putting people first. Leaders as change agents is really interesting. The way I think about it is in concentric circles. So first of all, what is it the leader is believing and role modeling and talking about? So many times I see leaders who the communication of the organization says one thing, but when they stand up and speak, they talk about something else. And I think that's true in this concentric circle model. So when you have a one-to-one with somebody, we like to start with the question is, how are you doing? No, how are you doing really? And actually, how's home life? How's the family? Yeah, how are you getting on? And start there and then build up to, and sometimes in one-to-ones you don't actually get to, and how's the work? Because you might end up having a conversation just supporting them through something they might be going through in their personal life. Then in team meetings, when you're in team meetings, how do you set the agenda? What do you prioritize in team meetings? Or particularly when a leader stands up in front of the whole company. So they start talking about profits first, money. They start talking about the numbers, the metrics, or do they start with culture and people? So if you want to be a social agent for change, I think you have to think about where are you putting your energy, where are you allocating your time, and when you're starting conversations at an individual team or company level, what do you choose to speak about first? Because it sends a really strong message to the rest of the organization.
I'm just writing that down because I want to make sure I remember that. What do you choose to talk about first? I think that's interesting. Thank you. Rina, can we take some insights from you? I guess you will have an overview of lots of different organisations that you've supported.
Yes, and I just want to make sure that you can hear me.
Yeah, we're fine.
Yes.
We're good.
Okay.
Yes.
Excellent. Well, I love what Adrian was saying about starting with the leaders and also talking about the small nuances that are happening in place in their lives and how they're feeling, because that I think is what we see in terms of change agents when in organizations that we work with. The leader takes that on as their purpose, as their duty to make sure that they speak out of the same side of the mouth as their communication, corporate communication, about people and about culture and about purpose and mission and vision, and all of that aligns together. That's when they create amazing influence and impact. We know that when leaders speak, a whisper becomes a shout. So what they say, how they say, it's super important. And I've seen it also in practice in organizations when there's some fantastic communication, written communication about the purpose of diversity and inclusion, and yet the leaders then don't back it up with what they say. It kind of gets lost. Lots and lots of initiatives that end up leading to no change whatsoever. So that's what makes the difference, is how you present yourself and what you say.
Thank you. I'm guessing one of the questions that I had in mind is really how things get stuck, and I think you've started to get into that point. And Jen, I know in your role as change and transformation leader, it's really interesting that at NatWest you've brought change and people right together. So I wondered whether you could share some thoughts around that, but also where things get stuck and how you can get them unstuck. And I'll put that question both to you and to Adrian.
Yeah, of course. They're very happy to do so. Yes, we have. So my role, and I'm really privileged to do it, does combine both people and transformation. And there was some, you know, there was definitely some thinking that went into making that change. And I guess, you know, we're on a significant transformation journey. When you look back at what makes the difference between a successful or an unsuccessful transformation, almost every time it comes down to people, skills and culture, less so about the numbers or you know, the execution. In many cases, often it does come down to is your people strategy right at the heart of your business strategy? And so, you know, we took the decision to combine those teams. I don't see many businesses doing that, actually. I think I would encourage more businesses to do that, because at the heart of a successful business strategy is the focus on people, values, behaviours, skills and culture, and it's at the heart of driving successful change. So for us, that has been quite transformational. I think it's meant that, you know, what we have now is a business strategy and a people strategy that go hand in hand. You know, they're not two separate pieces of work that we do, they're fully integrated. And it means that we can keep purpose and values very much right at the forefront of what we're doing. The reason why I mentioned purpose as being so important, because I think that comes right into helping answer your question around what do you do when things get stuck. And things do get stuck, and there are, you know, there are sometimes some intractable problems and decisions that we need to make. I think what we have found is that, you know, purpose really is our guiding light. It helps us clarify, it helps us really think about how we balance the needs of all stakeholders. And those stakeholders range from, of course, our investors and our shareholders, but also our colleagues, our communities, our customers, our suppliers. And it's about getting the responsibility for all of those stakeholders, that I think, in balance, that is at the heart of a truly purpose-led business and purpose-led company. And it's about using that purpose really in everything that you do to make the right decisions. I mean, some of the things that we have done to just help bring that to life is we have something that we call the Yes Check, which is a tool that we use when we're making decisions to say, we put it at the front of all of our papers, you know, to say when we're making a certain recommendation, if you look back at this and you look through the lens of various stakeholders, you know, our customers, our colleagues, our suppliers, our investors, would you still make the same decision? And if you roll forward 5 years, if you were then looking back again, would you still make the same decision? And it's really simple. But I do think it's so powerful in encouraging both that longer term view, but also that real balance of perspective. And so, you know, for us, having purpose has been, yeah, a guiding light, the North Star that helps us make, you know, decisions even in difficult circumstances. And I think, you know, today in the world in which we're working, where 1 in 100-year events are happening so frequently, it seems to me, you know, it's even more ambiguous and challenging for leaders than ever before, which again, I think underlines why having, you know, that sort of purpose-centric approach is even more important given the, you know, the difficulties and the volatility that we see all around us.
Yeah, yes, I couldn't agree more. There's just a couple of really interesting things. I spent the last my 27-year career in consulting and being invited into organizations to help them transform their business, to change it. And sometimes you're in at the very beginning when they're thinking about the change, and sometimes you're in rescuing a change that they've been trying to do for a year or two and it hasn't quite made it yet. So I guess from a consultant's view, you have a unique perspective on why change gets stuck and when it goes well. Now, most firms hire consultants to come and address a performance issue. They can see there's a performance problem. They're trying to launch a new product, save costs, transform their digital operations, introduce new technologies. There's some performance reason that you're there, particularly when it's got stuck. And my experience has been that actually the reason people aren't performing to the best of their ability is largely to do with the culture of the organization is inhibiting them to do their best work. And the bank's a great example of that. I was invited by one bank to go and look at all of their branch staff and the performance of their branch staff. And I spent a couple of weeks in a branch on tills and with the different experts in the branch, and they were incredible staff. And the actual hindrance to their performance wasn't actually their capability. It was how they're being measured, how they're being monitored, how the performance appraisals were being done. There's some fear in the organization about how they might get told off if they did something wrong, lack of tools supporting them. So all the performance issues actually linked to culture. And then when you dig around in the culture, how do we address the culture? What's caused this culture? It actually roots back to leadership. It comes right back to the leaders drive culture, and culture drives performance. So normally when things get stuck, I'm hired and our team's hired to go and address performance issues. I normally end back up having leadership conversations with the leadership team saying, some of the ways that you're behaving, the things that you're prioritizing is confusing or creating a culture that isn't enabling the best performance of your teams on the ground. And I will just say, pay a compliment to Jen and to NatWest. I was lucky enough about a couple of months ago to sit down and have lunch with Alison. And I tell you, I see lots of leaders in the world and leading organizations. But when I sat with Alison just for a lunch, just a brief lunch together, her values and strategy were exactly the same in person as they are when I read the marketing material about what NatWest is trying to do in terms of strategy and purpose. And that red thread that goes from leaders into culture creates the environment for then people to do their best performance. So I'm hopeful and confident that what NatWest are trying to do and the way they're going about it has that read through it. And I think there's a lesson there for other organizations to learn from.
Brilliant, thank you. And Rina, can you pick up the red thread?
Yes, so I agree with both of those sentiments. Of course, when we're talking about diversity and inclusion, that is a very specific type of change, a cultural change. So some of the stucky bits are somewhat slightly different in that we tend to find that when we get men engaged in the change, in diversity and inclusion, that's when we get unstuck. So a lot of the issues in moving forward with diversity and inclusion comes from having diversity and inclusion fatigue. People are seeing a lot of initiatives happening, but no real change occurring. There's also a lot of sentiments of being left out, or this change is in favor of one group versus another. So there's a lot of division as well that's going on. So what we've seen, and it's interesting that the Boston Consulting Group had an interesting little statistics, which is that when men are engaged in diversity and inclusion, 96% of those businesses report progress, culture change progress on diversity and inclusion. But when men are not engaged, only 30% of those companies report progress. So that really is when you get stuck, and how you overcome that is get that engagement. Now, obviously, there is an overlap between engaging men and leadership. So there is that as well. So if you are already making headways with leadership, if you get them to commit, and I'm talking about all the different layers as well, because that's the other thing I see is a lot of organizations with phenomenal CEOs who really get it, who really own it, and are very much the driving force of this diversity and inclusion change. That takes time to trickle down to the next levels. So even when you have an executive team that is just motivated by this vision of the CEO, it takes a lot longer for the next level. So then when I work with the regional leadership in the various countries, for instance, the message takes time to trickle down, and it takes time for them to come on board. So that's also how it gets stuck. You know, diversity and inclusion, like any change, is a journey. And if the journey has to start at the top with that leader being as engaging and as supportive as possible, that message then takes an even longer journey to thread it through the rest of the organization. So leadership and engaging men is how we get over those bumps.
Brilliant, thank you. I've got quite a long list of questions here, but I guess what I'm curious around is what questions you might have for each other. So if I turn the floor over to you, you might be able to illuminate more of purpose or social change or diversity and inclusivity from asking each other things. So who would like to start? Who's got a question to put out to one of the other panelists?
Well, picking up on Rina's question and statement about inclusion of men being involved, I'd love you to just expand on that slightly as the male on this panel and someone who's deeply passionate and committed to that cause and to that progress. You know, when I became the managing partner of our firm 8 years ago, we had one female partner out of 30 partners. Now in Baringa, 28% of our partners are female. We have 130 partners and over 30 female partners. So it's a progression that we're not done yet, but every year we just get better and better and better at that, and creating an environment that supports and attracts and retains all of our top diverse talent in our business. But when you talk about men's engagement, involvement, what makes the biggest difference? How demystify that for me a little bit in terms of what are the things you want the men in those organizations to do when you say get them engaged in that journey?
It's an excellent question. Thank you, Adrian. So when we're talking about men getting engaged, it's largely overcoming this idea that diversity and inclusion is for everyone else. So a lot of white men, white educated men in particular, at the top of a hierarchy, feel that all the efforts are not for them, and that anything that we do in the space of diversity and inclusion is going to benefit the underrepresented minorities in the business rather than them. So the first thing is to explain that, no, this is for everyone. This is not just for a subgroup of our organization. And explain it with genuine examples, how it might impact you personally as well. So a lot of times it's, you know, the personal stories of, you know, having your own daughters or nieces or female friends whom you want to succeed in life as well in the same way. And this is specifically the gender diversity. But also you can tap into situations in which, you know, men have felt excluded at school, for instance, or on previous occasions in life. You know, I sometimes talk about, you know, being picked as the last person to join a sports team in your school, or having some ungracious nicknames that you may have experienced. And these are the things, if you can identify what it feels like to be on the outside, then you would be much more motivated to do something about it, to actually acknowledge that this is a change that will benefit everyone. So it's connecting with whatever it is that a person at the top of the privilege hierarchy perhaps doesn't necessarily think about until we bring it to them. And then once they've engaged with it, saying, okay, what can you do about it? What will you do about it? And also the level of change, the level of engagement differs. So you can have somebody who is a change agent. Usually that is somebody who is a proponent, who potentially have experienced it. Perhaps they are partly also part of an underrepresented group. And then they will become much more of a advocate for diversity and inclusion. But there are other ways to get engaged. You can become an ally. You can try and call out behaviors when you see them. That's something that most people shy away from doing because they feel that there's going to be some sort of a penalty involved in doing that, either from other similar group members or just more broadly. So there are different ways and levels at which men might get engaged, but it's that initial engagement, that connection to this subject and to the understanding that is also going to improve their work life and personal life. That's the first connection. And I wonder, Adrian, I mean, you sound like an advocate. Is that something that you've experienced as well?
For sure, yeah. I mean, our organization just becomes more diverse and inclusive every year, and every year we run our own female leadership programs. In fact, we have our Female Leadership Conference on the 30th of November. We have 250 females in the great hall down here in Westminster, where we are all coming together with an external panel about putting gender back on the agenda and having a conference on that for half a day next week. So yeah, something I'm passionate about, and see the business benefits, the social benefits, the values being lived by everybody, and then also just how much more enjoyable it is when you get some of those things working and right, and everyone working together to make it as inclusive and a supportive environment as possible. So absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you. Great question. If I can invite a comment from you, Jen.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. I mean, I think what I've observed is that you know, we have some amazing employee-led networks across the group where colleagues volunteer their time to support all strands of diversity, whether that's gender, whether it's ethnicity, whether it's disability, LGBT, families and carers. And I guess what I would advocate is that everybody can make a contribution. Everybody has got a different voice. There are strands of diversity that we don't often talk about, whether it's neurodiversity, social mobility, some aspects of disability. I think everybody can participate and contribute to those conversations. And I think increasingly we look across aspects of diversity, you know, at intersectionality as well. And we shouldn't be looking at these through individual slices. We should be really thinking about how we can create a working environment where everybody feels empowered to be themselves, to bring themselves to work, and to contribute to their fullest ability. And that applies to everybody that works in a company. I think what we have found is by looking at it that way, by encouraging participation and views right the way across the spectrum, that we get the very best of our people, but also we get the very best in terms of innovation. And I think some of the aspects that have really driven us, particularly on our transformation journey, is that we do truly believe that inclusiveness and diversity sits at the heart of business success. It sits at the heart of innovation, and it really helps power engagement right the way across our business. So, you know, it's been fantastic to have been part of that. And you know, when we talk to our people, inclusiveness is the value that most resonates with our people. It's one of the reasons why people join. It's one of the reasons why people stay. And I think, you know, it will very much continue to guide and challenge us as well going forward. I think you're on mute, Karen.
I was just going to say, I think that also relates to recruitment policies and putting policies in place that consider the whole journey. We know an example I would give would be of pilots, and you know, for example, if you need to have a private pilot's license, you're immediately knocking out really whole ethnicities socioeconomic groups. So actually thinking more creatively about how to put recruitment policies together. We come to the point in the discussion where we're ready to take questions from our guests. So if anyone has questions for either Rina, Jen or Adrian, please pop those into the chat. And whilst people are doing that, I think it would be helpful to consider the business, you know, I know we're talking about purpose-led businesses, but when we were preparing for today, Adrian, you used the metaphor of the flywheel, which really stuck in my mind about the business impetus behind looking at the triple bottom line of people, planet and profit. And I just wondered if I could invite you to say a little more, because in the older days, it was all really shareholder value and profit. And I think that some organizations fear being more purpose-led because they think it might adversely affect the bottom line.
Yeah, and I think the opposite is true, Karen. So for us as a business, in the last year, we've become a B Corp organization ourselves. I think we're the largest consulting firm in the world to be a B Corp business, putting purpose, stakeholders in all of their various forms at the heart of our decision making. And that's a bold step for a consulting business. It means we wrote into our partnership agreement that, you know, people, communities, planet and the environment, as well as profits, will be given equal measure in how we make decisions about what we will and what we won't do. And so that B Corp movement, which I heard you just mentioning in the last conversation, I think is a great example of businesses recognizing that the flywheel, if you treat your people really well and you hire great talent, you support them, you train them, you create an environment where they can do their best work, they have autonomy to decide things for themselves, how many days to be in the office when they're working from home, what learning courses are available to them. You've got lots of empowerment and enablement of your people agenda, then they go on to do their best work for their clients. It's no secret that a happy, engaged, motivated workforce will show up and do brilliant client work, particularly in our industry. I have this little phrase, which is you can buy somebody by giving them a salary and they'll show up for you. But you can't buy their creativity, their ideas, their networking, the extra mile. You can't buy that stuff. That's all volunteered. And so if you treat your people really well, they'll do amazing work with clients. And then the clients can spot the difference. They can see when a consultant in our industry turns up and is excited to be there, is committed to that organization, is passionate about the project and the work that we're doing, seems to want to go the extra mile and is humble and curious about that client environment and teams with them as a genuine partner, isn't doing it to them, but it's doing it with them. And then those clients can spot that, which has been at the heart of our success, is then saying, could you come and help us with this challenge we're facing over here as well? Could you come and help us over here? So all of our growth has come from client referrals and repeat buyers and sharing the good work that we've done on a project. So your work speaks for itself, and that fuels the growth, which then allows you to make money and be a profitable business to then invest back in your people. So you start with people, they delight their clients are delighted, they pay you, and then you can use your profits to invest in your people. And that flywheel then builds momentum. And the thing I would say, that everybody in the organization helps either add to the momentum of the flywheel because they're kind and curious, doing great work with clients, or if they're not, they're detracting from the flywheel and they're putting brakes and blocks in the way. And that's where this tough love comes in, where some of those individuals don't fit and might not be the right people for your organization. And so some of those coaching conversations, Karen, then lead to maybe consulting isn't the right place for you to be. Maybe there's another career. Let me help you find something else to do. So I think you also have to be a little bit tough with this. This isn't just hugs and high fives. This is a little bit more than that. It's putting purpose at the heart of your strategy, means having the tough conversations, as well as finding that alignment for the individual and the organization's flywheel.
Karen, sorry, you're on mute, but I would just have a couple of things to add to what Adrian said, if that's okay.
Do.
I think one of the things that we have found is that, and it's been pleasing to see it actually, is I've seen a complete difference in the conversations that we have now with investors and shareholders over the last couple of years. I mean, I think when we first started talking about purpose, we did get a few quizzical looks, and that has noticeably changed actually. So the conversations we now have with investors and shareholders is a very different, much more balanced. Of course, we talk about the numbers. Of course, we talk about what we think our budget and our plans are going to deliver, and what we're going to be able to distribute back to shareholders. But we also talk about diversity and inclusion. We talk about sustainability. We talk about talent and skills. And those types of questions have really risen up the agenda in the conversations that we have with shareholders and investors. And I think that what that says to me is that the definition of what success means as a leader now is much broader than it was, a few years ago. You cannot be a successful leader, I believe, in any organization, but certainly a listed organization now, if you're not thinking through the lens of multiple stakeholders. Absolutely investors, but also customers, communities, suppliers, colleagues. You have to be able to think about success across all of those lenses and really get that balance right, because fundamentally, I think what is at the heart of sustainable growth is success is bred when all of those stakeholders enjoy that success. It cannot be single dimensional. And I think it's pleasing, that we're having much more mature conversations now, much more rounded, much more balanced conversations now than perhaps a few years ago, which I think speaks to how businesses have changed. And I'm sure the pandemic has driven some of that change, but not exclusively so.
And I think really talking about courageous conversations, I'm sure that there's a difficult edginess to some of what needs to be said, but having the right kind of leadership qualities, I'm taking a coaching style of leadership, actually equips people to be more authentic, to be more honest, and to actually be more courageous in the kinds of challenging conversations that they engage with. And I guess sometimes that does create waves and creates pain, but usually I see that as kind of accelerating something that was going to happen anyway. If someone isn't in the right job, probably they're not happy, but actually failing faster in that relationship is probably better in the long term for both parties. I've got another question that's come up, and I appreciate as well, I didn't give all of you equal chance to ask each other questions, so apologies for that. Time is short. We've probably got time for one more question, and it's a lovely question around what advice would you give yourself now that you could have had when you started out on your leadership journey? So Rina, turning to you, what advice would you give yourself if you were starting out now as a leader?
It would be the same advice that I would give everyone else. And to say, the first thing to say is whatever advice I would have given myself as a younger self, I wouldn't have listened. Because we don't, of course, we have to go through the pain and learn. And that advice is, well, I often, when I work with leaders in the D&I space, what I hear a lot of people say is, yes, we get it. And it's rare that I meet an organization that doesn't get the connection between people, culture, and success nowadays, and particularly in this very complex world we live in. And with the talent scarcity that we have, everybody gets it. But what they don't know how to do is how to address it. So I get a lot of requests for action plans. What should we do next? How should we do it? And I say, slow down, please. Start thinking about it. Think about yourself. Think about developing yourself as a leader. Because if you can do that, if you can start with that insight, how do you become a better leader? How do you bring more people with you? How do you listen better? The very, very basics. How do you become more empathetic as a leader? Understand that person who is so different from you, a person from a different background or social circumstances. How do you understand them and try to bring them along and make sure that they feel valued when they contribute? If you can start working on that, I never mentioned the word bias, but of course that is a big part of the conversation, is understanding where our personal biases are and being very cognizant of them in the conversations that we're having with people. If we can do that, then we will become a much more successful, genuine leader. So that's the advice I would give anyone now and myself when I was 20.
Thank you, Rina. I'd broaden that out, not just about our biases, but who are we in total, including all our biases. Thank you for that. Jen, might I turn to you? What advice would you give to start out to yourself to start out on your leadership journey?
Well, it's a wonderful question, and of course it always gives you a moment to pause and reflect. I think the advice I would give myself is be curious, be curious throughout all of your leadership journey, throughout all of your career. There are always opportunities to learn. No one has all the answers. Try and challenge yourself to really think broader. I often find that the answers to some questions lie beyond the sector that I work in, and through the network that you have, through the people that you meet, there are always people who are willing to give you advice and guidance and share, tips with you and their experience of where they've made mistakes in the past. So for me, at the heart of being, really a leader, particularly in the world that we're in now, it is about continuous lifelong learning and really embedding curiosity.
Thank you. And finally, a word from you, Adrian, about advice you'd give your younger self.
Well, there's two things that come to mind. One is, I remember that feeling of, even from a child, thinking, oh, I think it's going to be great when I get to secondary school, or when I turn 16, or when I'm 18, or when I'm 21, or when I'm 25. And I always used to look forward to the next thing. So I think my advice would be just slow down and enjoy the present more, rather than to be so focused on where I'm going. I kind of lived in where I was going towards. Being the first child from my family to go to university and things like that, I was striving to get somewhere, and I think I'll just slow down and enjoy the journey more. And the second thing would be to stay in touch with everybody, because that network, of which I have a great network, but it could have been even richer if I'd kept in touch with and made a little bit more effort, because your network, your friends are everything as you go on a leadership journey. Honest counsel, good feedback, being pulled up when you make a mistake by friends and your network is so important. So I'd have made a little bit more effort and told myself to make a bit more effort with my network.
Thank you. And a really warm thanks to all three of you. It's been just wonderful to have your wisdom with us today. I think you've made a compelling case for purpose being a force for good, and also a driving factor for growth and success. It really means a lot to us that you've taken time out to be with us today, and warm thanks to you all. Go well.
Real pleasure. Thanks, Karen.
Thank you.
Karen. Thanks. Bye-bye.
So we're now delighted to introduce our last speaker before we pause for lunch. I'm going to introduce in a second Bart. Here you are, Bart. Good to see you. And the joys of working at home, I don't know if you can hear it, but my dogs are howling. I don't know what that's all about, but we'll try to zone that out to focus on you, and I'll put myself on mute once I've introduced you. Bart, like the speakers we've already met with today, you're one of the people doing really special things in the world, and we're really honoured to have you with us. You're well known for being a Zen Buddhist monk, but you're also a social entrepreneur. And did everyone know Bart is the person who gave the world Magawa? Have I pronounced that correctly? Yes. And Magawa is the hero rat. He passed away sadly at the ripe old age of 8 earlier this year, but he was also awarded the PDSA Gold Medal, the highest distinction an animal can receive in the world. And that comes about through Bart's great idea of working with rats to train them to save human lives by detecting landmines. And I believe that you were inspired by the work of the late great Princess Diana, and so you trained hero rats to work in Cambodia and also in parts of Africa, which is hugely inspiring. I don't know how you managed to get that idea, but thank goodness you did. And I believe that no rats were lost in the mine detecting business, and that because they were light enough to detect the landmine without it actually exploding. So you did a degree in product design at Antwerp University before going on to help farmers in sub-Saharan Africa. And that's how you got into thinking about landmines. And then what started in 1995 as a modest research initiative in detection using rats grew into a global humanitarian operation and became one of the leading social enterprises recognised by the awards you've won from Ashoka, Scholar Awards and the World Economic Forum. When Mozambique officially announced itself free from landmines in 2015, but you've transitioned since then from your executive roles to the practice of Zen, and has become involved with the Wellbeing Project, the aim of which is to catalyse a culture of inner well-being for all change makers. And what I believe you're going to share with us today is the vital overlooked and often overlooked connection between well-being and well-doing. I'm the grateful recipient of your work, having taken part in our personal growth and well-being course earlier in the year. And what I loved about it was the bringing together of different strands of spirituality and bringing that to the forefront of our work as well as our private lives. So a warm welcome to you. Thank you for being with us today. But you're our last presentation before lunch, and your theme is the connection between well-being and well-doing. I'm going to say cheerio for the time being, and we'll join you again in 20 minutes.
Well, thank you so much, Karen, for this splendid introduction. I don't know what is left to say, but yeah, maybe this. Well, and that's what I want to focus on for this talk, really, about the importance of inner well-being to be able to act sustainably well in society. And this is indeed a bit of the consequence of the humanitarian work I've been doing before. Because of all these recognitions and being part of those networks like Ashoka, which is a network of social change leaders, social activists, social entrepreneurs, we call them, who are all able to establish or to better say, to change an unjust equilibrium in society. It can be a societal thing, it can also be an ecological thing, to change that for the better, to build a team around that, and to work with their teams to impact society. No need to explain how needed this is currently in our multi-layered crisis world. We've been speaking a lot on that already this morning, and thanks so much to all the contributors. It's been amazing. Social change leaders are leaders who are on purpose. But it's not because they are on purpose that they actually do sustainably well. The statistics among social entrepreneurs are terrible in terms of burnout, staff turnover, and very often this had to do with the culture they established in their organizations. Very often there was a culture of martyrdom, of sacrifice. And we see it a lot in social activists these days as well. And that is why the need for self-care
for self-leadership is incredibly important, because if we don't, we are not aware of the trauma that actually propels us into that doing good work, and we risk to continue the same mechanisms and basically lead our organizations in an unhealthy way. Many of these Ashoka fellows were prone to burnout, and for many we saw that this is really a terrible thing, because if these leaders are going under and staff turn away from their organizations, what are we actually doing then? So the transformation that we really need is an inner transformation to create that culture. And I would dare to even say that the culture is even more important. The how is really more important than the what we actually do. Of course, the what we do needs to be in line. It needs to be targeted toward inclusion, toward more equity, and so on. But the way we go about social change is, I think, more important. Leaders show up with all of what they are. And the unconscious part of that is often the bottleneck. From a Buddhist perspective, I would say the root causes of suffering, what the Buddha called the three poisons, being greed, hatred, and ignorance, are really the three things that throw sand in the food, let's say. And especially the ignorance, is the ignorance being in the biggest delusion being the illusion of an ego as a kind of substantial self that is permanent and that is disconnected from the universe, while in essence we are fully interconnected with everything that is, and things constantly change. Now, to move from ego to echo, which is really what is needed in this multi-layered crisis, to do that, we really need to, focus on ourselves and engage courageously by building an inner moral skeleton rather than a moral exoskeleton. And a helpful way to do that may be to look at the so-called paramitas, or perfections. They are the virtues that allow us to move beyond our ego and embrace ourselves as part of the entire system. And the very first one of these paramitas, I would love to have my talk a bit around this. The very first one is generosity, giving. And well, the talks about the B Corps, for instance, is a fantastic way. B Corps is an incredible, powerful model to balance it out and basically give back. The second parameter is the moral precepts. And I know it sounds a bit cheeky, maybe. We don't like to talk about morality. We like to talk about ethics, but we often forget that morality is at the basis of ethics. And in a nutshell, we can summarize morality as avoiding those things that we know make suffering for others and for ourselves. And since we don't really succeed in that often, another important parameter is patience, to allow patience with ourselves and with others. The fourth so-called paramita, or virtue, is to find joy in what is virtuous, to find joy in what is positive or wholesome. And that requires an effort. Very often, systems are made so that we don't have to go there. We don't need the courage. It's easier not to. It's more convenient not to. And this is the kind of effort or diligence, or call it energy, that we need to spend continuously and consequently. The fifth parameter is meditative concentration. You can say contemplation, or you could say mindfulness. It is about focus. It is about not being distracted. And there, the existing in our complex time with our mobile phones and all the stimuli coming at us are really counterproductive. They constantly put us as an enhanced stress level, increase levels of cortisol, and basically increase our anxiety, rather than taking the time to make a stop, create space for ourselves, albeit for just a few breaths. This is what I often advise to executive leaders, by the way, who are for like a fully scheduled agenda. The biggest key on your keyboard, I was said last week by a Jesuit priest with whom I was on stage at the Global Peter Drucker Forum. He was very good. He said, the biggest key on your keyboard is the space bar, right? Without using the space bar, we write texts that are inreadable. We need to decipher those texts, and it is cumbersome. It requires a lot of time. While if we use space regularly and sufficiently, things by themselves become clear, become aligned, and that is true for our actions, but also for our speech. Take sufficient time to speak, and also allow sufficient time for thinking. In my tradition, Zen tradition, it's really about aligning with the body and the breath in the moment. And I know for many leaders, this is a very difficult thing to do. Many already do some meditative practice, some inspirational practice. What can be very helpful is to set an alarm 3 times a day. And when your alarm goes, choose a specific sound for this alarm. And when that alarm goes, just take a moment to do deep breathing, just 3 breaths. And basically the whole universe changes. Or better said, like Thich Nhat Hanh used to say, drink your tea calmly and with reverence, as if the whole universe would be turning or revolving around this axis. The last but not the least of these paramitas is wisdom. It's insight. And what I found is really helpful for people who want to create a better world, who are constantly triggered by injustices outside of themselves, is to also take care for themselves. And the practice of self-compassion is there very instrumental. And self-compassion really exists of 3 components. The first one is awareness, to become fully present in the moment, here and now. Here, our body is always in this place, and now, aligned with the breathing, we're always in the now, in the present moment. By being aware of what lives in our hearts at the moment, instead of what our mental constructs are, we actually gain the insight of, and basically things become clear. First component is awareness. The second component is our shared humanity. To recognize that my struggle is not different from your struggle. And that gives a point of connecting in those vulnerable places. There where it itches, there where we are not at ease, there where we're anxious, there where we have pain. Because our pain is not different from the pain of other humans. And then the third practice there is loving kindness. Somebody on the panel said it earlier. Loving kindness is incredibly important. To be kind to ourselves, to allow for ourselves to have time, to create time. If we make a pause, then automatically something new can occur. Rather than continuing like struggling, it's often better to simply stop, sense what is there, and the most direct way is through the body, through the living reality in this very moment. What is present right here, right now? Where do I feel it in my body? Very often we're like dinosaurs in front of our computers, shoulders are very often stretched. We may feel it in the diaphragm. We may build up tensions in the cheek, even in the hands. And it can be good to relax those tensions, to let go of those tensions, to come back to our natural state of being. And well, I will love to open up for questions later, but let's have a moment. I suggest to do this together. I invite you to sit back, relax, make a good connection with the ground. If you're sitting crossed legs, put your legs apart and feel well the contact of your feet with the ground. From the waist upwards, gain a sense of verticality. Take on a graceful posture, as if you would be holding a very valuable vase on top of your head. If our posture becomes graceful, also our actions and our mind become graceful. Feel where there are tensions accumulated now in the body. And while we are not completely relaxing, we need a few muscles to sit straight, to have this grateful posture, both grateful and graceful. Try to find the right tonus. We basically don't need many muscles. Most of the muscles in our body are too tense. Letting go of these unnecessary tensions can be done by breathing, especially the breathing out. First, take a deep breath in, and then while breathing out, accompanied with that breathing out, we can relax muscles in the chest, muscles in the shoulders, relax the belly, and let your gravity point descend into the lower belly. Go all the way. Don't keep any air left. Go all the way with breathing out. It's only when we go to the end of our actions that really something new can come. And let's take a second breath. And breathe out slowly. And as we're doing this process of smoothly breathing in and out, notice what is there. Without getting entangled in these thoughts, in these mental processes, these mental constructs, but also without rejecting them. Simply notice how they arise and then let go of them with the breath. I'm going to invite you to continue doing this as I ring the bell until Karen appears again and you hear the bell again. And as we come back into this room, I invite you to stay in the same awareness that you're experiencing now. Head, heart, and hara aligned with the humus under our feet and the wide sky, this heavenly sky full of wonder. Over to you, Karen.
Oh, thank you. That was amazing. I've had a wonderful moment of peace. I hope everyone else has too. And I'm feeling more aligned and graceful. So thank you. I wonder if we might pick up on the last terms that you used. So hands, heart, para, and humus. And I just would like to invite you to say a little more on those. There might be people who are not familiar with some of those terms.
Okay. Well, humus is the fertile soil, yeah, and it's the top layer of the soil, and basically we as humans and everything that exists on the surface of the earth makes every living thing makes part of this, and I include rocks here and everything that is there. It has the same root as humility, is to become humble. And to become humble, we really need to recognize our human condition. And often people think about humility as something like, well, yeah, but where's my pride and all this? Yeah. Yes, important. And that's why we need a vertical posture as a human to fulfill our human potential. We're the only species that walk up straight on this planet. And there it's helpful to really take the space that we need to live. Very often I see people at the end of the day like crumbling or like bending forward with lots of tensions in the shoulders. And while if opening up to what lives within really starts with making the space and gaining that graceful/grateful posture again. Yeah.
Thank you. And also another question about bringing your spirituality to the executive setting. I wonder what you would say about that and what advice you give to leaders around that.
Yeah, well, spirituality is often a loaded term. People associate it often with religion, and often people don't really feel like this is the way to go. I recognize that and I acknowledge it. I honor it. But let's go to the sense of the word spirituality. Spirituality actually means breath of life. It is about gaining the inspiration to be able to inspire. And breath, inspiration is literally taking the breath, allowing the breath to flow freely, not holding our breath, not holding back on things. If indeed we can be aligned, like I just explained, head, heart, hara, aligned with heaven and humus, then automatically our personal needs become clear. And if indeed we can develop self-compassion, we will create healthy boundaries around those needs. And leaders who are able to recognize their personal needs, and especially social change leaders, people who want to create a better world, who are in touch with their own personal needs and who can build healthy boundaries around that, are less prone to burnout. They create sufficient time for themselves to rejuvenate, for their families, care time, quality time with their dear ones. Those leaders also show up in more conscious ways. They are more approachable. They are more able to listening deeply to what is on the plate at the moment in the boardroom. They are more approachable. They are also more capable of sharing their leadership in more horizontal ways throughout the organization that they work with. And by doing so, create more committed staff, more staff engagement, less staff turnover, and all these contributing to the impact and the sustainability of their organizations.
Thank you. And that sort of leads me, I think we'll take one last question and then we're going to break for lunch. How can leaders improve their antenna for self-care, I guess for self, but also to be aware of the culture that they're creating and and how their antenna can be more finely attuned to people who are perhaps overworking and because it's very gradual. You know, every day we can cope with a thing, and we cope and we cope and we cope and we cope, and then suddenly one day we realize there's a problem. We ourselves, as we're moving towards burnout or a mental health issue, we don't always recognize that for ourselves. So what can leaders do for themselves and for others, do you think?
That is very true. Often the symptoms are already very clear for others around us, while we are simply not aware by ourselves. That is why awareness practice is so important. The reason why I speak about self-compassion in the leadership conference is really because the awareness, the recognition of our human connection, and seeing that our struggle is not different than the struggle from the others, and then loving kindness are so important. Now, how to build an antenna for this? You could say there are many supportive pillars to well-being, to sustainably being well. And the most important, I would say, is often ignored, is sufficient sleep. Generally, most people need 7 to 9 hours of sleep. Unfortunately, I cannot ask people to raise their hands, but I'm sure, I cannot see the audience here, but I'm sure if I would ask this, who sleeps 7 hours, that probably among these leaders, probably it would be a minority. Sufficient sleep, and secondly, enough movement. All of our infrastructure, and especially since COVID, we've spent even more time behind our screens. And this takes us away from, well, the normal movement that a human body needs. The human body is made for movement, right? Sufficient movement is a second supportive pillar. Enough quality sleep, movement, enough movement. Like, for instance, and there's ways around this. You can have your walks, for instance. Some meetings where you don't have a very active role, you can take them while having a walk. If you do every day a 1 hour walk, you'll be good. A third one is food, and food is a very complex one, because we all have our ideas, and there's lots of various theories around that. But generally spoken, the quantity we eat is even more important than the quality. I wouldn't say the quality is not important. Eat healthy food, mostly vegetable based, and especially don't eat too much. The Master Dogen, Zen monk from 12th century, advised already, like, when we're 80% saturated, let's stop eating there. And so generally we eat actually too much. A fourth pillar, next to sleep, exercise or movement, and not eating too much and diverse, is meaningful connections. Have trust in your colleagues. Have trust in your dear ones. Find ways to meaningfully collect. It can be through a coaching process, for instance, or simply with your dear ones. Dare to be vulnerable. You'll be amazed how much other people connect with you. And then the fifth, next to sufficient sleep, movement, healthy food, and meaningful engagement, is some kind of inspirational practice. And it doesn't have to be necessarily mindfulness. It can also be prayer for those who are believers. It can be a walk in nature. In Japanese they call it Shinrin-yoku, this forest bathing. There's an incredible impact, actually. Just 3/4 of a walk will keep you for weeks, actually, at reduced cortisol levels. Some kind of practice that rejuvenates you. Have a bath, for instance, or things like this. Enjoy, savor, and reminisce good experiences. Dwell in nice, inspirational experiences, which will ultimately help you to inspire others as well. And this is one of the key things. Actually, Paul Polman told me once, Bart, leadership is very simple. It's about three things. It's about integrity. It's about inspiration, be inspired so that you can inspire others. And the third aspect is about hyper networking, be related to everything and everyone. Yeah.
We're at time, but I've got one last question. If you can keep the answer brief, I'll put the question out there. Someone has asked, by accessing our breath of life, in brackets spirituality, as leaders, we are more effective. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. That's just in one word.
Thank you so much, Bart, for being with us today. We're really humbled that we've been able to share in your wisdom, and our immense gratitude for being with us.
It's my pleasure.
Thank you. Welcome back, and I hope that you've had a refreshing break, perhaps taken a breath of fresh air, eaten some food, or not too much. I must admit I felt a bit guilty following on from Bart's advice. And we're pleased to welcome now Professor Peter Hawkins. Is Peter around? Are you here, Peter? Can't quite see you yet. Here you are. A warm welcome to you, Peter. Thank you for being with us today. I'm just welcoming everyone back, and we've got Peter, then we're going to have Jude, and then our final panel discussion of the day. So Peter, welcome to you. You're our second keynote speaker, and as well as being AoEC honorary president, you're also chairman of Renewal Associates. You're a leading consultant, a coach, writer, researcher, expert on organizational strategy, leadership and culture, and team, as well as board development. I know that you've worked with many organizations all around the world, and you've helped many boards and facilitated them with all kinds of transformations and visionary projects. You're truly an international thought leader, working with teams and board development, and you've written so many books, and I know you've got a new book coming up. So leadership, team coaching and practice, coaching and mentoring, the Wise Fool's Guide to Leadership. You're well known in the spheres of leadership and coaching. And I know that you wanted to make this session as interactive as possible. So before lunch, we posed a question about what is the greatest challenge that you're going to be facing.
I have them all printed out.
All printed out, excellent. So we're looking forward to hearing from you. I know you're going to share with us 5 keys in building our response ability, and I'm noting the separation in those 2 words. And the subtitle of that is Leading in the Face of Complex Change and Stakeholder Systems. I'm going to hand the floor to you now, and then I'll rejoin you in about 20 minutes, and we'll be feeding in some of the questions that we receive from our audience. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you very much, Karen, and a big welcome. So let me just check that this is, I can share my screen, so I can operate the slides myself. So now this is, where have the slides gone? So let me,
Peter, if you click on the share screen and you can share your own slides from there.
Yes, if I can actually find where the slides are actually shared. Just a second. Well, actually, could you share the slides and I'll just indicate, because it's not allowing me at the moment to actually click on the actual slides. So let me.
No problem, Peter.
I'll just try once more and make sure see if it will allow me to do it this time. Share screen, yes. Here we go. Thank you. It does work.
Super. Thank you, Peter.
So a big welcome and thank you, Karen. And what an inspirational talk we had from Bart beforehand. And I'm going to pick up on that theme about how do we work from hara, how do we work from heart and head, all in alignment with the earth and alignment with the sky. I love the way he described that. But we're going to take that to a team and organizational level, not just at the personal level. So let's actually start with where we left before lunch, and just invite you for a moment to sit back in your chair with, as Bart said, your spine as upright as possible, your feet firmly on the ground, connecting to humus, the earth beneath us, connecting to the wide sky above us, and just to draw energy up from the earth through our feet, through our legs, through our groin, our belly, our diaphragm into our heart, and draw energy down from the white light and sky above us through the top of our heads into our hearts. And then to take a second breath, and this time think about who and what does your life and work serve? Who are the people who benefit from your leadership, from your work, from your coaching, consultancy, leading a team, whatever your work? Who are the people your work and life create value for? You might also include your family. You might also, then as you take another breath, think about the people and the settings of the people you coach or lead, the teams they are part of. And then you may take another breath, and this time think about the context of those teams, the teams above them, the teams beneath them, the teams upstream, the teams downstream. And then on the next breath, we might think of the organization and its stakeholders, the customers, suppliers, investors, employees, the stakeholder ecosystem of that organization. And then on the next breath, we might visualize the communities that surround those organizations. They provide the schools, the hospitals, the roads, power supplies, the refuge collection. It's enabled that organization to do the work where the teams operate, where your individuals that you support and lead work. And on our seventh breath, you might go even further and visualize the more than human world of our ecology, the rain, the sun, feeds the earth, the microorganisms that turn that into a growing medium for plants to eat, feed animals. We might also eat, some of us, some may not. The sun that provides our warmth, the air that provides the breath, as Bart says, gives us the breath of life, the spirit that flows through us. And then I'd like you to take all those levels, from the ecology to the community, the organization, the team of teams, the team, back to the individuals that you support. And as you hold all of those, to ask the question, what did all those levels need you to develop about your leadership? If they were all present in the room with you today, what would they be asking you to develop about your leadership for you to be a future fit leader or coach or consultant of the future? And with that, let's come back into the room. Having brought all our stakeholders in with us. Because in today's world, we're having to not just lead the people who we're responsible for, but leadership is about how do I lead across boundaries? How do I lead not just my people, but help them lead the people that report to them? How do I focus on my customer, but not just on my customer, but my customer's customer, so I can partner with my customer, my investor's investor? We truly live in an interconnected world. And we need to learn, how do we move from reacting to that world to responding? From seeing our work as a series of problems to be overcome, to seeing our work as responding to all the systems we're nested within, and seeing those systems as not just out there, but also within us. And today, probably more than ever in history, we are facing extraordinary range of interconnected challenges. Climate emergency, loss of biodiversity, widening inequality, and the biggest challenges of all is that none of those can be dealt with by themselves. And yet, as leaders and managers, we learn to atomize issues and try and deal with them one by one and come up with answers to them. But we have to realize that actually at the heart of all of this is, whether we're a leader, a coach, or a consultant, we are in the business of shifting human consciousness. It was Einstein who said, you cannot solve a problem or a challenge with the same thinking that created it. So how do we recognize that one of our biggest challenge is, it came up in the questions about how do I develop my people to be the leaders of tomorrow? How do I develop my successor? How do we develop the generations coming after us to deal with the enormous challenges that we are leaving them? And I love this cartoon by a Canadian cartoonist, Graham Mackay, that he did it in the midst of the COVID pandemic. When we were looking at, we were being told, wash your hands, wear your mask, be responsible for COVID-19. But you see, as human beings, we tend to react to the crisis that's actually right in front of us and immediate. We knew there was going to be a pandemic. In 2016, the World Health Authority were already telling us it's not a matter of if, but a matter of when it would arrive. And yet, the UK government said, oh, we're too busy doing Brexit. And I'm sure the American government was saying, well, it'll never happen, and we've got other things to concentrate on. But we don't see the interconnection and the waves that come behind that. And now we're facing the blue wave of recession. But we're also facing, already happening, the climate change and the biodiversity. And how do we, there's a lovely book by Roman Krznaric called The Good Ancestor. How do we think long-term in a short-term world? How do we start asking the questions? So one of the very simple things I do with the chief executive that I coach and the boards and top teams I work with is I ask them, what's the challenge that you in 5 years' time will regret not having worked on today? How do we bring the future into the room? And how do we bring the stakeholders into the room? And that means we need to shift our thinking. So I spend a lot of time with top teams helping them not talk about problems, but turn those into challenges. And then to locate those challenges not in a part of the system or in a person, but in a connection. When we did the research on tomorrow's leadership and the necessary revolution in today's leadership development, we interviewed CEOs and HR leaders and young millennials from right around the world. And I should never forget the one who said to me, look, Peter, I've got lots of coaches who coach my people, lots of consultants who consult to parts of my organization. He said, but that's not where the challenges lie. All my challenges, he said, they lie in the connections, not just between the people, but between the teams, between the functions, and even more importantly, between our organization and all its stakeholders. So we have to move beyond looking at atomized thinking to system thinking, but that's not enough. We have to move into systemic awareness. And from that, into realizing the ecology is not a problem out there to be solved. It flows through us. We are a small part of it, but the one that's causing the biggest damage. In this new book that Karen kindly mentioned on ecological and climate conscious coaching, which is having its launch next Tuesday, we talk about it's no good just shifting our thinking and becoming better informed about what's going on in the ecology. We then have to deal with all the emotions that brings up in us. We have to work on all the things where we can easily go back into denial or into anger at others or into guilt, and work through a whole emotional process to be able to be eco-engaged, where we can build an awareness of the wider ecosystem into every meeting. And then how do we take responsibility? And Bart mentioned Paul Polman, his excellent book, Net Positive, subtitled, How Companies Can Be Successful by Giving More Than They Take. And as Karen mentioned, we've done a lot of work on what are the keys to organizations being successful in the 21st century. The first is to be purpose-led. And by the way, this is very different in organizations creating a mission. The word mission comes from warfare, evangelism, and colonialization. I've been trying to remove it from the leadership lexicon. We don't create our purpose, we discover it. We go out and we talk to all our stakeholders and we say, what are you going to need different from us in the next 3 years, in the next 5 years? You discover what you as a leader, you as a team, you as an organization can uniquely do that the world of tomorrow needs. The second is that we need, through that process, to be learning faster than the world around us is changing. And then, and this is where Renewal Associates has worked very closely with AoEC, developing approaches which we've taken to 50, 60 countries around the world to discover how every team can function it more than the sum of its parts. And the team of teams function it more than the sum of the teams. Many people faced with the great challenges, which came out in a number of your questions, we had to do more, somebody said, from local governments with less resource. And I would add at higher quality. And ultimately, you can either do that by pedaling harder or working smarter. And one way to work smarter is to use collaboration. Often when I work with organizations, the biggest breakthrough comes, the first one, when the CEO says, look, here's our challenges, enormous challenges that are coming over the horizon, but I can't solve these by myself. And asks from their heart for help from their team. I need the help of every one of you, together collaborating to address these. That's where we move into responsibility, which we can only do collectively and collaboratively, rather than just pedaling harder reactively. The next breakthrough often comes when we stop running around and seeing all our stakeholders as demands we have to get it right for: the investors, the customers, the employees, the contractors, the communities. And we start to realize that they are resources. And we learn the fifth one, which is, how do we partner with them to discover what they and we can do together? How do we turn our customers into our best sales force? How do we partner with other organizations? I was with a Chinese company, and they talked about tapping into the unutilized cognitive capacity of the world. And when they had a big R&D challenge, they organized a global competition, and they had thousands of people all writing in with ideas to solve their next R&D problem. You see, there is not a shortage of human creativity or renewable energy. It's just we don't yet know how fully to tap into it and co-create with it. So one of the things that we teach a lot about with leadership trainings is that every organization to be successful today needs to focus on how do we co-create value for each of these stakeholder groups. Not just for today, but we're thinking forward to the 7 generations that come after us. How are we building sustainable value for others and co-creating value with and for them in partnership? And the 13th area is there because that's the stakeholder we're ignoring at our peril. And every organization has someone they're not noticing. And that means rather than have McKinsey come in and do our strategy and a niche consultancy do our culture, and we send people off on leadership training, we have to realize that all 3 of these are interconnected. And they're about, all 3 are about how do we create the environment which is in tune to make us fit for what the future is demanding. And come back to this question. I want to leave all of you this question. What can you or your team or your organization or your community uniquely do, not that all your stakeholders want, but that the world of tomorrow needs? I won't count those. And that means, just for the coaches listening, we have to radically transform coaching. We have to stop seeing the person in front of us as our client and realize they're not. They're our coaching partner. We're not on their agenda. We're not just doing personal development, but for individual leaders. We are partnering with them on the agenda of the challenges that life is presenting them. We are partnering, facing their stakeholder world. So I now say there's no such thing as individual coaching. There's only coaching with an individual, where the agenda is being the generous lessons that life is presenting us. All the relationships, groups, communities, and ecosystems they are part of need to have a voice in the room. And by the way, one of the simplest things I have done, both chairing boards of companies and also consulting to them, is bring in empty chairs, one of which says our employees, one that says our customers, one that says our investors. And now I bring in one that says our collective grandchildren, and one that says the more than human world of our ecology. So many of you will know this. This is the model that AoEC and Renewal Associates have been teaching for the last 12 years together, right around the world, and to people from over 100 different countries, about how every team needs to start and be clear about its purpose, why they're in business, to discover their purpose from the future and from outside in, from their stakeholders, and future back from the future. turn that into a clear team charter, then address how do we need to be as a team to fulfill the charter and serve the purpose. And only then can we go out and really partner with all our key critical stakeholders. But the most important, right in the middle, is how do we carry on to grow our capacity to respond to the interconnected world that we have created. And just one simple thing for you to take away, and I was looking at some of the things that came up in the questions. How do we move from non-ecological BMWs to BMWs with renewable energy? Now, I'm not talking about cars here, but about teams. One of the biggest waste of times in teams and of energy in teams is the BMW that stands for blame, moan, and whine. And how do we build the team's capacity to move to the ecological BMW? Breathe, move, and wonder. And see every challenge, every problem is a challenge, and every challenge is a generous lesson that life is providing us so that we learn to be future fit to be on this planet. If you do want to join us on next Tuesday for the book launch, it's free. Just go to climatecoachingalliance.org and you can register for it. And if you have any other further questions I can help with, do join me on LinkedIn where I regularly blog. But thank you for being here at this conference. Thank you for your questions. And you're struggling with what is the leader, not that I want to be, but the world of tomorrow needs me to be. And your and my grandchildren need us to step up to. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you, Peter. I love those words of wisdom, and a metaphor that was coming to me. I spent, you may or may not know, I spent many years in the pharmaceutical industry, is the doctor that's, you know, looking after the patient because of their heart, who's also under the care of another patient because they're old, who's also under the care of another patient who has a, you know, kidney interest, and nobody's actually looking at the person as a person. And I think our planet is a bit like that.
And it's interesting because we did a lot of work with the NHS, and we said that for the NHS to survive, you know, the last 20 years was about moving from treating symptoms to treating whole patients. But now GPs had to learn coaching skills, so they moved to partnering with patients to manage their own health. And we've worked with regions in training GPs to do that. And it's very interesting, as that's happened, those GP practices, the number of pharmaceutical prescriptions they've done has gone down, and the number of educational prescriptions they've done has gone up.
That's interesting. That's interesting. We have a time scale to stick to, so we've probably only got time for one question. And I think you've raised some really big issues. So the question I'd like to pose is, you know, where should leaders start? You've given a lot of advice, and I'm just conscious it might seem a little overwhelming. What's a really good starting point for that someone could pick up and work with tomorrow?
To turn every problem into a challenge that you see facing you, and think of it as a challenge, not a problem. And then see that challenge as a lesson that life is presenting. And what is it asking us to learn? And the second one, I'm going to put a second one in, is don't realize leadership does not reside in a leader. So ask for help and realize that leadership in the future is going to always be collaborative. So learn the humility that was talked about by Bart before lunch, but this is the humility to turn to the people you lead and turn them into collaborators, not followers.
Thank you. I think that's sound advice. I'm told there's time for one more question, and that question is around activating coach partnering internally. How can organisations who've invested in coaching shift to this?
I did a book several years ago, another book, I think it's here, called Creating a Coaching Culture. And part of the thing is many organizations are still investing in coaching as individual development for individuals, rather than thinking what, from the big system down, what does our organization need to learn? Therefore, what do we need leadership teams to learn? And then, therefore, what do individuals need to learn? So I think a lot of coaching spend ends up as being expensive personal development for the already highly privileged, rather than something that's focused on how do we use coaching to help the organization as a system and the teams within it and the team of teams become future fit. If we start with that question, we'll end up with a very different design of how we utilize coaching to create benefit for many levels of system. Oh, you're on mute.
Thank you. Thanks. I was just saying, that's a lovely answer. And there's a beautiful mirroring of the ecosystems that you started the presentation with.
I think most organizations, Karen, today could double the value they are getting from their coaching spend and their leadership development spend, right? Without having to spend it any more, they could double the value they're getting from it.
That's really interesting. And a thoughtful provocation for us here at the AoEC. Thank you. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you, Karen. And I look forward to the other talks.
Thank you. Bye now. So for our penultimate session, I'm inviting the wonderful Jude Jennison to join me. Jude, are you here? Hello, good to see you.
Hello, yes, I'm here.
How are you?
I'm very good, thank you.
Good, good, good. Thank you for being with us. And before we hear from you, I'd just like to give our audience a little introduction to the immense body of work that you've done. So Jude is an accomplished leader working over the last however many years, quite a while. I'm not going to say how many decades.
Too many.
In Europe and worldwide and in the UK, a former senior leader of IBM, and where I believe you had a $1 billion budget responsibility, and that you had to reduce that budget by 25% over a short 2-year period, something that you achieved whilst having 28,000 employees to consider. No mean feat. And for the last 10 years, you've been really focusing on what we can learn from equine leadership. So Jude has an accomplished team of horses that she uses to teach leaders better leadership skills from the lessons of nature. And I think it's fair to say that your approach is to engage with clients and invite them to reveal what they might be hiding about their leadership, that the horses can reveal to them, while that thing that's hiding is hiding in plain sight. So to give an example, what I've learned from reading your book is if a leader is overbearing and dominant, or the team are unaligned, in some way the horses will mirror the team dynamics. So you've also developed a leadership app called Ask Opus. Opus being one of the names of one of your horses, and also very importantly the name of your book, which is a fantastic read and picks up on a lot of the themes that Peter was raising around working with teams. There are also within the book downloadable resources that you could use to work within a team, which is really useful. I think that's just one of a number of books that you've written. Jude, you say that your team of horses is the most challenging team you've ever led. And we're really delighted that you are able to share some of that challenge with us today. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
I'm going to leave you and I'll join you after 20 minutes to take questions.
Okay, so I share my screen, shall I? Yeah.
That'd be lovely. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so here we go. So yeah, today I'm going to be talking about the hidden dynamics of team performance. And as Karen has said, this is based on my working with a herd of horses, and these are 4 of my horses here on the slide. And it may surprise you to know that 12 years ago I was terrified of horses, and it was only in overcoming my fear of horses that I discovered this way of working with them. And now all of my work is done with a herd of horses. And the reason why is because they do respond based on your non-verbal behavior. So as Karen said, if you've got somebody who's dominant and overbearing, usually they don't believe they are. But as soon as they come face to face with a horse, then the horse will make it very clear what dominant and overbearing looks like, and that they have to find something else. So a lot of my work is about revealing some of our unconscious patterns of behavior that are non-verbal. And that's really what I'm going to share with you today. So when I wrote the book Opus, I wanted to talk about the non-verbal behavior that we're largely unconscious of in a team, because that behavior is influencing those relationships and it's influencing how well the team behave. And here are 2 examples of non-verbal behavior. And these are 2 horses, Mr. Blue, the white horse, and Geo, the black horse. And they're brothers. Now, you might look at the photo on the left and you might think they're fighting, or you might think they're playing. They're actually responding to a group of leaders who've walked through my gate. And this is right at the beginning of the day, and the team are extremely stressed. And yet every single one of them said that they're not stressed. And so the horses all kicked off and galloped around and reared up and started playing and fighting. So it's a mixture of play and fight. On the right-hand side, same 2 horses, completely different team. That this was actually the following day, where this team that arrived were more curious, were calmer in energy, a lot less stressed. And so you can see how the same 2 horses responded to a completely different energy. And of course, we're doing that in our teams and in our workplaces, largely unconsciously without realizing it. So when I wrote Opus, I identified 12 hidden dynamics that are occurring in every team that has walked through my gate in the last 12 years. And I'm going to show you how those are impacting teams and our behaviors today. So the first 3 that I'm going to talk about is how a team is organized. And I know there are lots of models and theories, and I'm keeping this really straightforward and simple, and saying that in a herd of horses, there are 3 things that the horses want. They want clarity. They want to know what are you asking me to do and where are you going? They want execution. So they want to be able to collaborate. They want to connect. They may need coaching, support. They may need, what do you need from me? They may need you to reflect on what your behavior is and how you work with them. And they also need accountability. So in a herd of horses, you will get a lead horse that will lead from the front. And this isn't hierarchical, but these are different roles that are fluid. But there'll always be a horse that says, this is where the best grass is, I'm going over there. And the others will trust and respect that horse. And in my herd, it's Mr. Blue that finds the best grass. And they'll trust and respect that horse, and they will follow. Now, they might question it, but they'll follow with humility, and they'll collaborate and through connection and a desire to be together, they will make sure that they execute. So sometimes that means we have to put aside our own personal requirements in service of the bigger picture. And then the accountability is concerned with, so that would be a horse at the back, and that horse would make sure that all of the horses match the pace that's been set at the front and that they stay on track, so that you don't get a herd that become disparate, because that's when herds become unsafe. And if you think about with teams, if you've got clarity, if you've got accountability, and there is space to collaborate and connect and support, you can work through those differences of opinion. And these are fluid roles. What tends to happen with people is we tend to default to one of these roles. So we either tend to be the person at the front that's leading from the front, that's providing the clarity, that's the decision maker, that's saying, remember, this is where we're going. Or we default to a more coaching democratic style of leadership. Or we may default to a, come on, we need to get this done by Friday, or come on, we're out of time, let's go. So it's really useful for us to think about what our default patterns of behavior are in a team. And as a team, are we fully aligned, and have we got all three in place? Because if you've got accountability without clarity of direction, then you're going to get somebody pushing hard and everybody running full pelt without really knowing where they're going. And if you think about that middle management layer, that in a large organization particularly, where quite often they'll say, we don't know what the strategy is, I don't know what you're asking me to do, but I'm working really, really hard anyway because somebody's driving me for some results or some numbers or whatever it is. So all of these three roles need to be in balance, and we need to have all three in place. And it's useful for teams to know which one's missing. Is there a lack of clarity, particularly in uncertainty? Clarity is often missing, and we often focus on all the things we don't know and that we don't understand. And if you look at the pandemic as a case in point, when we went into that first lockdown, everything seemed uncertain. But in reality, for most people, their job didn't change. They were just doing it at home for those that could. And yet what they focused on was the fact that they didn't know the technology, or they didn't know how to connect remotely. So what we need to be able to do is come back to what we do know and focus on that and carve our way forward based on that clarity, but without losing sight of the missing bits of information and adding those in. The next three dynamics that occur in every team are around how much vitality there is in the team. And I deliberately say vitality rather than well-being, because I think it's more than our well-being. People will always hear me say that well-being is a leadership issue. There are some brilliant well-being initiatives, and there's some great focus on mental health and mental health programs. But you can't yoga your way out of a toxic relationship with a bullying boss. So how well you lead yourself, how well you lead each other, how well you lead each other in the team and communicate with each other is going to have a major impact on both physical and mental well-being. And therefore it's an act of leadership to consider, am I creating stress in the team, or am I actually easing the load for myself and for my team? The second one of the three is looking at our energy and emotions. And often in organizations, when we think about energy, we think about, yeah, come on, enthusiasm and high pace and fast and furious and get loads of things done by the end of the week. But actually our energy is much more skillful than that, because there's a time and a place for us to slow the pace down. There's a time and a place for us to slow down where we've got differences of opinion. We may need to calm the energy when there is conflict or things are getting heated. And then there's a time and a place to ramp it up and create some enthusiasm when everybody's really flat at the end of a project. So we need to be able to play with our energy and use it as part of our leadership. And again, it's one of those things that largely we're unconscious of. And what tends to happen is you can count on a particular person to be the smiley one in the team, or somebody else is the one that always brings the humor, and somebody else is the reflective one. But actually a really skillful team is able to read the energy and say, what's needed now? And how do I bring the energy or the emotion that is needed now? So that when it goes flat, we don't just rely on the joker in the team, that anybody in the team can bring that energy up, and that anybody in the team can calm it down when there's conflict or a heated debate. And this is about the individuals in the team having really strong leadership skills to be able to manage themselves, but also to read what's needed in the space. And the third one is about conversation, because if you've ever been in a team where there is a ton of things that just are not being spoken about, for example, let's say you've got a scapegoat in the team, and often teams will have somebody that gets blamed for everything. Usually that person knows they're the scapegoat. Usually everybody in the team knows that that person is the scapegoat, but nobody ever names it. And whatsoever it's not being named, it creates dissonance and discord in the team. And so one of the things that teams need to be able to do is to turn that non-verbal conversation into a verbal conversation. Because although we think we're not talking about the scapegoat, we're actually talking about it with our behavior, with the actions that we take, the decisions we make, how we interact with each other, with that person, with the team. So non-verbally, we're having a conversation that says there's a scapegoat in this team. We need to be able to start having a better quality of verbal conversation to say, this is my experience and this is what I'm sensing in the team. How is that for everybody else? Because the more skillful we can be in having conversation, the less we're going to have hidden dynamics that are impacting the team's performance in a negative way. So the next three that I want to move on to is looking at 3 levels of awareness that help us understand what's actually going on. Now, whenever there is uncertainty, as I said earlier, there's a tendency to focus on what we don't know rather than what we do know. And whenever everything feels like it's up in the air, there are 3 levels of awareness that we can go to that will guide us and provide us additional information. And the first of those is self-awareness. So reflecting on what am I thinking, feeling and doing, and how is that impacting the team? And is it impacting them in a way that is helping the team perform in a positive way? Or am I creating dissonance and discord? Now, I don't want to make dissonance and discord wrong, because sometimes there is great energy from the chaos of conflict, or it can feel like chaos at the time. But whenever there is chaos or there's conflict or there's dissonance and discord, that can create a spark that changes where a team goes. So I'm not putting a lid on this and saying everybody has to be nice. What I'm saying is, by reflecting on how am I showing up in this team, what am I thinking, feeling and doing, and what impact is that having? And therefore, what impact is that having on the relationships, either one-to-one relationships or the team dynamics? And therefore, what do I need to change in my approach that might actually help me? So the first is self-awareness. The second one is looking at the relationships. Now that might be me with one other person, me with 2 people. Whenever you've got a team of 10 people, you've got multiple dynamics, because within that team, there isn't just the whole. There's me one-on-one with each person. And then there's what happens when 3 people to get together, or 4 people get together, or 2 people who don't agree on anything get together. So all of those dynamics within those relationships can have a major impact on how the overall team performance is working. So really understanding what relationships are working well and which ones aren't, and therefore what do I need to do about it? There is a tendency, particularly in uncertainty, where we navigate towards the people who think like us and that act like us and even look like us. Because when we're going to launch a new product, we pretty much know who's going to say, yes, that's a brilliant idea. And I'm just, as Karen said, I'm just about to launch a leadership app, and I'm just starting the beta testing at the moment. And the obvious thing for me to do was to put it in front of my best clients who are going to love whatever I do. Whereas in fact, what I'm actually doing is putting it in front of people who don't know me, and also people who have perhaps dismissed my work in the past, and asking them for their feedback. Because actually, when we put ourselves in the face of dissonance and when we don't have agreement, that's where we can get our most learning. And all of this requires everybody in the team to have a level of skill and self-awareness and management to be able to put ourselves in those situations and to navigate them and to sit with that discomfort of the uncertainty. And then the third level of awareness is about understanding what's happening in the wider field. And if you look at this picture here, for example, you've got a number of people. This is part of a team, and the rest of their team is off the picture, off camera. But they're in a team with 2 horses. Now, on the face of it, it looks like the horses are ignoring them and grazing. In actual fact, what horses always do is have an awareness of not what's just in front of them, which in this case is grass, but they always have an awareness of the bigger picture, what's around me, all the way around me. And in fact, horses' eyes are on the side of their head, so they have almost 360-degree sight. And the only place they can't see is directly in front and directly behind. And they always move their heads, and you'll see them moving their heads around quite a lot as they're grazing, so that they're constantly paying attention to what's happening. Now, as human beings, we often don't do this. So the pandemic, again, a great example of it suddenly came out of nowhere. Well, of course it didn't, because we had SARS and we had various other things coming up. And in fact, in 2019, it was in the global risk report that's produced by Zurich Financial Services that we needed to pay attention to the health, global health, and the rise in viruses. So things are happening out in the field. We need to include that in the conversation of the team. So something like the cost of living crisis will be affecting different people in the team in different ways. And therefore it will be impacting stress levels of different people in the team. So if we completely ignore that and say cost of living not relevant to what we're doing as a team, then we're missing the impact that that has on the relationships and what might come down the line further down, where somebody is stressing about how they're going to put their heating on or feed their kids that evening because they might be on a low income, or they might be working in the middle of London with high costs. So having that awareness and being able to flip it from self to the relationship and then back out to the wider field and then back in is really crucial as a team. And largely we're focused on what's just in front of us. And then the fourth and final set of three is the stories that everybody is telling themselves. And I love you know, Peter's BMW, both the old BMW and the new BMW. The breathe, move and wonder is really largely what people do when they come and work with my horses, because they really take a step back and take a breath and really start to think about how do they move their bodies and how do they see the world through the eyes of awe and wonder. But in a team, what tends to happen is we start to default to unconscious stories that we're all making up about each other all of the time. And it's largely unconscious. So for example, in this photo, again, you've got a horse, and this is Geo, a really stunning horse who's very kind, very enormous horse, very kind, very soft, very, very gentle. But you can see that the person is just slightly moving away. So although he's come in for connection, she's actually feeling a little bit uncomfortable. No, although she's enjoying the connection, she's also going, oh, it's a bit uncomfortable, and leaning back a bit. And so what that does is that, and that's what's happening in teams all the time, where we start to recoil from someone or something because it's uncomfortable. Where actually what we need to be able to do is to have that verbal conversation that says, actually, would you mind just stepping back a little bit, because that's a little bit uncomfortable for me. And usually people will go, oh yeah, sorry, no problem. So there's a way that we can actually articulate our boundaries and be clear about them when they are stepped over. And usually the flag for any one of these threes is if we feel a little bit uncomfortable in our bodies or our gut or our shoulders are rising, the chances are our boundaries have been stepped over and pushed a bit too far. And that's the time to say, what is it I'm wanting and needing in this team or from this team? And how do I ask for it? Also in a team, we make assumptions all of the time. Now, if we get on well with somebody and we have a good relationship, there's a tendency to make good and positive assumptions about that person. So you can probably think of who you would go to that would say, yeah, that's a great idea. And because you make assumptions that that person thinks like you, has a similar set of values, probably similar experience, or maybe very different experience, but you assume that they'll bring that in a positive way. And that creates connection and it builds trust and respect in a relationship. But we also make assumptions that cause us to break down trust. So if you've ever had a conversation with somebody and it's just not quite gone according to plan and you've not agreed on something and you've left feeling awkward and slightly challenged by them, usually what happens next time we go to meet that person, we start to worry before we go. We assume they're going to be difficult. We assume they're going to challenge us, or they're going to be defensive, or they're going to behave exactly the same way as they did last time. And what happens then is we go in with a different energy, because if you go into a meeting a second time, assuming you're going to get a fight, then you'll go in more defensive with a mask up, with a barrier up, holding that person from a distance, as opposed to if you go in assuming that actually we can create trust, even though we disagreed, you'll go in much more open, much more vulnerable, more humility, more curiosity, more able to collaborate and to stay with the discomfort of the disagreement or the uncertainty. So the assumptions that we're making, and they're all made up in our heads, will influence how we approach our relationships and therefore influence the team as a whole. And all of this is largely unconscious. So one of the things that people nearly always ask me is, yes, but what if my assumption is true and I know it's true? And while we hold that as the truth and the only truth, then we know that we're setting ourselves up to behave in a particular way. And if we went in with curiosity and humility and vulnerability and a different approach of, what if that assumption that I made last time is not true? Or what if I tested it out with that person and they said, oh no, I didn't mean that. I meant something completely different. So our assumptions are influencing us all of the time. Now, our intentions, we have an intention even if we don't have one. So not having an intention is also creates an intention. So if we're not clear what we want, then we don't always get what we want. Whereas if we're really clear what we're wanting, we're much more likely to stay focused and keep on track. Now, the challenge with this is if every person in the team has a really strong intention, but they've not articulated it as a team, and everybody then has different intentions. You know, my intention might be to get through this meeting as quickly as possible. Somebody else's might be to spend more time on a particular thing. If we've all got different intentions and we're not aligned as a team, then this is where we're going to get more dissonance and more discord, and therefore you can't achieve as a team because you're not aligned. So being clear about what is it we're wanting to achieve from this. You know, salespeople are usually very, very good at this, where before they'll go into a big sales meeting, they'll usually sit down and say, what is it we're trying to achieve? What would be a good outcome from this meeting? What wouldn't be? What are we willing to give on, and so on? Because that helps a team be aligned and stay focused on what it is we're trying to achieve. So I've rattled through 12 dynamics of team performance. There is obviously more of those in the book. Some of these you'll be familiar with. I mean, I'd be surprised if anybody hasn't thought about self-awareness, and you know, it's one of those things that I think's fascinating because everybody you speak to thinks they're self-aware, and of course we all have our blind spots as well. So it's an ongoing process to really consider, am I creating well-being in this team for me and for the team? You know, am I having the conversations that need to be had? Am I reading what's happening non-verbally, and am I bringing that to a verbal conversation? You know, I won't go through all of these, but you get the point. As each of these, any one of these, whenever there is some dissonance or some challenges, or there's some uncertainty about what are we trying to do, any one of these will help a team come together and start to have a better quality of conversation. And when we do that, we can have much better performance together. So here's how you can contact me. My normal website is judejennison.com. I've also put askopus.co.uk. If anybody's interested in beta testing an app, it is free at the moment. It's about to start beta testing next year, so I'm looking for people to just try it out. So that's how you can contact me. And thank you, Karen. Handing over to you.
Thanks so much. You put me down on the list. I'd definitely like to try the app.
I will.
It's such an inspiring story, and thank you so much for sharing the wisdom of horses. We've got a few minutes for some questions. And it's good to see that our next panelists are joining us. Thank you. Be with you soon, team. I guess one question that's coming up is around, you've drawn on the sort of physicality quite a lot, and in the absence of coming up to your farm, which is near the lovely Leek in, are you in Staffordshire or Cheshire?
I am Staffordshire, yeah.
Lovely part of the world. But if we couldn't come to hang out with you and be with your horses, how would we, I guess particularly I'm thinking of embodying that lesson, noticing the body. You know, we're all working remotely so much, and I think a lot is obscured by Zoom. As much as is revealed is also obscured. What advice would you give to teams that are working remotely?
Yeah, I mean, great question. And many of the teams that I led in IBM were remote, and this is going back years, even before teleconference, you know, so that it was all done by phone. And so it is harder to read. And so sometimes we have to proactively ask people what's actually going on for them, because sometimes some people just have a really good poker face. I'm not very good at that, but some people have a really good poker face and go, yeah, I'm fine, and then smile. And so what we need to be able to do is actually use coaching conversations as part of the organizational culture, as Peter said before, because we need to probe deeper to actually know what's really going on, and for it to be safe for people to say, actually, I'm really struggling today, and for that to be okay, because we'll all struggle. And for that to be okay and not mean that I'm not coping and therefore I can't be promoted, but to create that culture where it's okay to be honest and transparent, but also to check in with your body because it's got great wisdom. So it's, you know, really checking in with, you know, my shoulders are up like that on Zoom, I'm probably not very relaxed. So to check in and go, actually, what am I stressing about? Okay, let that go. So yeah, I mean, I could talk forever on the embodied leadership side.
Just wondering, there was a part in your book where you defined intention, and I wonder what you think about how leaders can galvanize themselves and their teams around intention, because I think that really struck a chord.
Yeah, because it's not something we generally do.
No.
And one of the things that I found when I work with the horses is, unless you're really clear what you're asking them to do, they don't move, because there isn't a clear intention. So it's learning on that, and this is why Opus, the book, is based on the learning with the horses, to say, well, if a horse isn't clear, how is a person clear if I've not been clear what my intention is? So it's about being really clear. What am I intending for myself and the team and the organization, and articulating it? Again, it's bringing the non-verbal into the verbal, and then asking the team what their intention is, and realizing that actually you might be out of alignment. And how do you then have a conversation where you collaborate and create a shared intention that everybody buys into, and then says, right, this is what we're going for? Because you can save so much time if you're absolutely clear and intentional about what you're trying to achieve.
Thank you. I think that's a great answer. And we've probably got time for one more question, which is, how can organisations help managers foster this kind of teamwork? It feels like leadership skills might need boosting.
Yeah, I think the having coaching as a culture, for it to be okay to ask questions and to be honest and transparent, and create the psychological safety so that people can have really honest conversations and say, actually, I'm not sure what my intention is, help me out with it, let's work it out together. Or I'm struggling today because I've got whatever's going on at home, help me with that. And to actually ask each other for support and fast track without the non-verbal stuff derailing without us talking about it.
That sounds amazing. Jude, your work is a great inspiration. I'm definitely going to absorb as many of your lessons as I can for myself and our team. and I'm sure you've provided plenty of inspiration for our guests and attendees today. Thank you so much
Karen.
for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
It's been great. So we come to the close of what's been a really rich and full day with a panel discussion about how to build a winning workplace culture. And that might be, what's actually contributing positively to culture and what things tend to get in the way. And to help us with that, I'm joined by a panel of experts. Please do feel free to join me on camera. Joe, it's a pleasure to see you. I'm glad to introduce Joe North. Joe is the People Director at giffgaff. You're the brand's leader for culture, HR and talent. You have I'm not going to say how many years, quite a lot of experience in previous positions. You've worked with Vodafone and also with Thomas Cook. You're an expert in your field and you're absolutely passionate about fostering giffgaff's unique culture. Since joining giffgaff in 2020, you've been growing and developing the team. You've been recruiting specialist talent to expand the business, and you've got a special focus on learning and development, as well as diversity, equity and inclusion. So you're leading the way to hold on to more of your top talent and stay true to the giffgaff culture. Thank you for joining us. Welcome to you too, Toby. Hi there, how are you?
Very good, thanks. Hi, Karen.
Thank you for joining us. Toby is CEO of Robert Walters, highly successful professional recruitment consultancy. You're working globally. The 3,100 staff across 31 different countries. In your personal background, I know that you qualified as solicitor and that you joined Robert Walters in 1999 as a recruitment consultant. And in your current role, you're really focusing on expanding the Robert Walters team, diversification and building an entrepreneurial culture, all of which again helps to leverage talent and retain talent. And John, welcome to you too. Thank you for joining us. How are you?
Hey, Karen. Yeah, I'm great. Really good to be here. Thank you.
Good, thank you. John is managing partner of an inspiring consultancy called the Foundation. It's a customer-led growth company. I hope I've explained that correctly. And I know that a lot of your work is helping clients to develop their brand propositions. You started out your career 25 years ago on a market stall in Essex. And I know that you've traveled a long way since those days, but those early consumer customer-led experiences have stayed at the heart of whatever else you've done. Because I know that you worked in digital transformation at HSBC prior to joining the Foundation. I'm also really excited about the book that you've written, the name of which has just momentarily eluded me. Is it The Element?
It's the human experience. I wasn't going to mention it until at least 30 seconds in, but we can do it now.
The human experience. Yeah. The reason why I can't remember the title is because I haven't got it yet, but I've got it on pre-order, and I know that culture is at the heart of that. And we've had an interesting conversation about sort of tautological chatbot cyberspace, sort of infinite loops that nobody ever seems to be able to get through, which is a specialism of yours. So welcome to the three of you. Thank you so much for coming today. I know that stakeholders come into all of this, and I'm wondering what, how you consider all the different stakeholders that you have as you build your respective organisational cultures. And if I might turn to you, Toby, to start off with.
Yeah, I mean, so my role is, as you mentioned, it's across 31 different countries. So I have a team of 9 people. Although actually, as Rob Walters reminded me when I first started this, he said at the end of the day, Toby, you don't work for me, you work for the 3,200 people in the organisation. which was actually a very telling message, and it really got me to actually rethink quite a bit about how I intend to operate across our business. I mean, I've been in the role now for about 16 months. And over the course of that 16 months, that team has changed a little bit. And I think what's been really interesting, particularly coming out of COVID, and of course that threw everybody into a very interesting challenge. And actually my personal experience coming out of it in a leadership role was that we became quite franchised as a business. Everybody sort of went into their own world. It was survival and all the rest of it. And then coming out of it, you realize there were all sorts of different echo chambers across the world. And it was interesting listening to what Jude said in terms of actually what people thought versus the actual reality of what was going on. So I've spent the last 16 months, and I'm continuing to do so because I'm certainly not finished, really focused on getting the right team around me in my job. And I think, you know, when I think about culture, which is obviously a very broad topic, I mean, ultimately it starts clearly with the right leaders at the very top of the organization and role modeling the right behaviors. And I think part of that has also been a big shift in our culture about seeking feedback from those people that we serve, which is the organization, the business. And I'll talk a bit more on that in a minute. And I think we've gone from perhaps what historically has been a bit more of an old-fashioned type of leadership style, very much top-down, and really now tried to focus a bit more on actually what the business is telling us, feedback from within the business around how we can improve as leaders, the right behaviors, and really not letting ego get in the way of how we operate as leaders within the company.
That's really good, and I'm interested and intrigued about how that shift is playing out for you, and you know what that's meaning to, particularly, you know, from a business sense, because I think a lot of what we've talked about throughout the course of today is really sort of morality, people, planet, and profit and ethics, and not having that top-down type of leadership, and then the impact that can have on actually the bottom line. So I just wonder whether you could add a bit to that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing that's been most interesting, I mean, when I think about the trips, I mean, I've done a lot of traveling in the last 18 months. And one of the things that I've been very committed to is having time in every office I've been to. I've probably been to 30 of our 50 offices in the last 18 months. And actually, I've spent more time on the first trips I've done internally. And by that, actually having, in some cases a day, just being allowed to walk around the floor without any fixed agendas, without anybody showing me around, and just pulling up chairs next to people and finding out how they are, you know, how they think the business is going. What do we think? And I spent a lot of time talking to the new joiners. What are they learning, and what have they learned in their first 6 months? And I spent a lot of time talking to the people that have been here for maybe 18 months and more across all disciplines, asking what we can do better to improve. And for the first time ever, actually, which might be quite surprising to some organizations, you know, we actually had our first ever global engagement survey. And, you know, I've got to be honest with you, as a leader, there were times over the last 12 months where it was really quite confusing in terms of all the focus areas within ED&I, whether it be whether it be disability, whether it be ethnicity, whether it be gender. And I'm very fortunate I've got good support around me. And actually, we were very focused initially on just an inclusive business, and a business that people want to be a part of. And that's what we've really spent our time focusing on the last 12 months. And that has been hugely rewarding and interesting, going to the business and asking what we can do better. And we've had some really good feedback and things that we've acted on around that.
Great. Well done. That sounds impressive. John, yeah, sure.
Yeah, could I just follow on from Toby there? Because I think that's a really interesting point that Toby's just made about connection. And you very kindly mentioned the book that's out in February, available to pre-order now. But as part of that, so, you know, the foundation, we're a team of 15 people, and I look after that team. But we work with organisations of all shapes and sizes. And part of what I did for the book, which was looking at customer experience and how you build a human company, is to go and interview lots of different CEOs in organisations who I think do this really well. And from that came these 5 kind of cultural traits, but one of them was exactly what I think Toby's talking about, which is a real close connection to what really matters to your people and also to your customers. And what was interesting when you spoke to these organisations is the framework that they had in place to allow them to do this. So Chiltern Railways, for example, is one of these who, you know, against a poor bunch maybe in the UK, but are probably the best railway company in the UK. And if you're a senior manager at Chiltern Railways, you have to live on the Chiltern Railways line. You have to use the service every day, and you have to wear your name badge when you go on your train. So you have to experience it for real, what your customers are experiencing and what your colleagues are experiencing. And similarly, City Mapper, you know, the app that lots of us use in various cities, you know, when they go and move into a new city, they do a thing called the travelling circus. And they take a group of them, a team from right across the City Mapper head office team. They go and live in the city for a month, and they move Airbnb location every 2 days, to experiencing that city from different angles. But Octopus Energy is the interesting one that Toby made me think of. So, you know, Octopus are flying. They're, you know, they're into the top 6 now. The energy companies, they're just going to take on the Bulb customers, and they do this thing called Friday night dinner. And I think they've only just started to tweak it as they're getting bigger. But on a Friday night, all the way through the way they've grown as an organisation, everyone from the organisation dials onto the same Slack call, and they get everyone on there, and they talk about how the week's been. And they've had some brilliant ideas come from just that conversation, just from the leaders being really close to the engineers. And they do this great thing with Octopus. If you ring up and you're on hold, the hold music is a song that was #1 when you were 14 years of age. So it's really personalised to you. Mine is Spice Girls Wannabe, which I'm secretly delighted by.
I don't think I'm going to reveal what mine might be.
Also Spice Girls can. But where this idea came from on this Friday night dinner, they said, well, how the week's going? And someone just said, yeah, I've had loads of complaints about the hold music this week. And someone said, wouldn't it be great if we could personalize music? And one of the engineers said, well, we can just do an API to Spotify. And someone else said, yeah, but how does that personalize it? And then someone else said, who looks after the data, well, we have people's dates of birth, so why don't we just link that in? So this 10-minute conversation that came just from the leaders, just on this call with everyone, just listening to what was going on. And by the end of the next week, they had it spun up and they were testing it out. And it just came, I think, from what Toby was saying, that real closeness of leaders, just to speak to your colleagues, hang out with your colleagues, understand what's going on, but also do that with the customers, which, to your original point, are 2 of the most important stakeholders, of course, in business. So that just that need and that desire and that system to stay close to what's really going on, I think we found, and I found, is so crucial in building that culture that's going to make a big difference.
And I know, Joe, that you had some similar examples to share when we met in preparation for today. So I'd like to invite you to share a little bit more about some of the enablers at GiftGab.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm trying to think though, John, what my song might have been when I was 14. So definitely going to Google that after this call. I think it's really interesting what you talked about in terms of the kind of Friday night dinners. We at GiftGab are built on community. So our business model is all around community. We call our customers members rather than customers, because we feel that that kind of community model is really important, and it's the same internally. So we have a number of different initiatives similar to a Friday night dinner. We have an all hands kind of Monday morning meeting where the whole company dial in, some in the office, some remotely, and it's nobody's one job to kind of run that meeting. So I don't run it every week, the CEO doesn't run it every week, every team takes their turn. As you would in a community, right? It's not just one person's job to do something in a community. And what tends to come from those meetings is some just really great ideas where people will bounce different things off, or somebody's got some breaking news that's happening this week, and then that sparks something else with somebody else who thinks of an idea or initiative. So I think that the Friday night dinner and the different initiatives like that are really important. We bring a lot of our members in and trial things with them. So we'll bring them in and say, we're thinking of doing this. What do you think? Is that a good idea, or is that really not a great idea? So that they'll really help kind of pioneer our future and work very closely together. And I think then from a cultural perspective internally within the organization, what we then have is a team of people. We're just under just under 200 people, and what that then fosters is a culture where everybody feels that their voice is heard and that they have a part to play in the growth and the future of the business, which then obviously makes people feel way more engaged in what they do. So yeah, and we could talk about that one for ages, I think.
So I think that's all really positive, and it's great to think about enablers that help to create a culture, but there are also things that get in the way. So I'm wondering whether we can also share some kind of pitfalls or things to watch out for, things that leaders need to be careful of. And John, I know you'll have lots of examples, so I'm not going to invite you to speak first, because I'm sure we've already shared some of them. Yeah. So Jo, let's have you start this time.
Yeah, I think I was thinking about this earlier on this morning as to what are some of the barriers, and I think for me there are probably two core ones. I think the first one is a leadership team thinking they know all of the answers, and thinking that they perhaps assume what people want from a culture, assume what people want from an organisation, I think is probably the biggest barrier. And the second one is some of the processes and policies, you know, that have probably or may have been around for a long time and maybe haven't evolved. So certainly the way and I work with my team is, you know, we don't throw away policies and processes, don't get me wrong, but we do look at them and kind of say, okay, is that still really fitting now for our organisation? Do we need to be a little bit more pragmatic with them? And can we be a little bit more inclusive with some of those policies and processes? So I know one of the examples, Karen, we talked about when we met before this was, you know, we let people choose their own bank holidays. So, you know, not everybody kind of celebrates Christmas. So why would you be forced to take that time off if you didn't want to? So we let people choose that and take time off for maybe things that they would celebrate more than the organisation kind of forcing that on them, which works really well for our teams. So they would be my two, I think, you know, processes, policies, and a kind of top-down approach where the leadership team think they know what's right for the organisation culturally, when actually it's the power of everybody in the organisation, I think, to define that and work that culture.
That's very clever, Jo, because I've asked you what gets in the way and you've shared yet more things that Gaff are doing brilliantly. So, so you've done that one out. So Toby, tell us about what might get in the way of having the right culture at Robert Walters.
I think there's a number of things. I mean, time is probably a big one for us. I mean, we are really good at getting stuff done. What we're not so good at and haven't been so good at is just stopping and reflecting and thinking about, you know, how we operate as leaders, how we learn as leaders. And of course, particularly with the pandemic, hybrid working, I mean, that's really challenged a lot of our leadership in terms of just how we manage our teams on a day-to-day basis. So about 5 years ago, the lady called Indy, who's now the head of our HR, she approached me about doing some coaching work with what was my team at the time, which was in Southeast Asia. And I was it sounded very fluffy to me. It wasn't something that I was particularly excited by, but she convinced me. And I'm really glad she did, because actually she came and joined what was my team in Indonesia at the time. And we had a brilliant 2 days together. Subsequently, Indy then took up more of an L&D role across the APAC region, which I was responsible for at the time. And of course, then COVID came. So this whole thing around coaching, particularly for people who are, you know, a bit more experienced in sort of leadership roles, and we had a real gap there. People were struggling in terms of their own self-development, their own ability just to stop and think. And you know, over the course of 2020, 2021, we had about 150 different leaders across the organisation worldwide who were getting individual sort of executive coaching from proper qualified coaches, and the change in some people has been absolutely remarkable in terms of just their behaviors, their attitudes, the differences I've seen from, and of course I hadn't seen some of them for nearly 2 years in some cases.
Yeah.
So I think that has been a huge shift for us as an organisation, and one that certainly I feel very committed to continuing. The other, I think, and there's a number of different factors. I think the other one that has quite a material change actually is some of the external market factors.
Yes.
You know, and you look at some of the behaviours, and we can role play. Well, we can try and role play the right behaviours as leaders within our own organisation. But you know, there's also a lot of stuff that goes on externally which has an impact, particularly on young leaders. You know, you look at the behaviour of certain politicians, you look at the behaviour of certain business leaders. I mean, we're watching this Elon Musk Twitter thing play out very publicly. To me, it doesn't. I don't think it role plays the best example of leadership personally. It's just my opinion on it. So I think there's no control we have over that. You know, what we can control is what's within our own organizations. So I think for me, it's that focus on coaching and really identifying the right people across the organization. And the final thing, which has been a great initiative actually, was something that we started 3 years ago, which was something called Global Explorer. And when I think about succession planning and what we can do to try and elevate and enhance some of those sort of next generation of leaders coming through, because when you go from running a country to running 4 or 5 countries, it's a big shift. And actually we send a selection of individuals, about 20 each year, from their own domestic markets to go and spend a week in a completely different market. And they spend a week with the leaders in those different countries and really start to try and get a different perspective on how things work. We do recruitment, which is thankfully quite a simple business. The complexities are often the cultural differences across the different regions. And we're reinstating that Global Explorer now next year, obviously post-pandemic and all the traveling, which I'm really looking forward to.
It's wonderful to hear the story of Indy. We know Indy well. She's a I guess a star of AoEC, of the AoEC world, and a great collaborator, friend and coaching advocate. And it's really interesting to see the impact that one person's coaching leadership can have throughout a whole organization. So even with a relatively confined resource, it's really interesting to see how that can ripple out and have a positive impact for everybody, particularly given some of the external factors that you were alluding to. I think that you know that is an undercurrent of everyone's leadership and everyone's self-leadership at the moment. So it's really interesting to hear that, and really interesting to hear about the cultural exchange as well, because I think that really what you're talking about is greater connection on an international level. And you know, that's partly coaching, and that's partly just taking time to be with each other as well as to kind of be doing things. So I think that's really interesting. John, what can you bring? You must have plenty of examples of things that have gone wrong in not in your company, but in companies that you've worked with or explored as research.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, our company gets everything right. I will make that. Yeah, exactly. I think that's right. I really agree with what Toby and Joe have just said, actually. And I think I might pick up on both those points. So absolutely agree with the point around perspective. I think this is huge. We often talk about inside out and outside in thinking. And an interesting thing, we can't do it now, but if you get everyone to draw a map of the world, you know, as if they were looking down in an atlas, and we do this activity quite a lot with our clients. If you get people in the UK to draw that, an interesting thing happens, which is pretty much everyone draws the map with the UK bang in the middle of the world, and pretty much everyone draws the UK much bigger than it really is. And you know, kind of North and South America become triangles. Africa is about half the size it really is. Europe's normally right, and everyone forgets Japan. Everyone forgets Japan, and that's because of our natural bias that we all see the world from the inside out. We all see the world from where we stand. We're closer to our own thoughts and beliefs and cultures, but in business we're closer to our own colleagues and our own products and our shareholders and our regulators than we are to our customers or to our other stakeholders. And they're a little bit like Japan. You know, we know they're there and they're really big and famous and important, but there's just lots of land, frankly, between us and them. And in business, there's lots of layers, and that can be, you know, literal layers from the CEO to the front line. And it can be kind of lots of barriers that get in the way. So that perspective was a big thing that came up with the CEOs I interviewed, actually, that the organizations that have this great culture that do this really well find ways to stay really connected, because it's like gravity, it's a natural bias, it pulls you back in. So you have to find ways to stay outside in, to stay connected to your customers, to stay connected to other businesses and other organizations and other industries to get that inspiration. Otherwise you end up in this kind of internal loop that leads, I think, to partly what Joe was saying, this kind of curse of knowledge where you just believe you know everything there is to know, and it becomes very enclosed around you. And all of a sudden, you know, you've got competitors that have moved miles ahead because you've just not been aware of them, or competitors that have come from a completely different industry and come around. So I think perspective is, I really agree with that. I think that's a huge thing for leaders and organizations to maintain that outside in perspective. I think the other thing that gets in the way is a lack of empowerment, a lack of empowerment, or, you know, if I put it positively, empowerment is a brilliant thing, obviously, in a workplace culture. And what we tend to find is that we've kind of been in this funny journey in the last 20 years where, you know, with the kind of digital revolution, if you want to call it that, you know, the focus has become on becoming very functional, and organizations have seen this as a great opportunity to reduce costs and do things in a more efficient way. So, you know, we're able to do more things in more ways than ever before, and that's great. But that functionality, that focus on functionality, has come at the loss, I think, of a lot of humanity that we see in organizations. And that's true with colleagues as it is with customers and elsewhere. And so you've ended up with this this kind of situation where organizations are full of humans who just aren't allowed to act in a human way. It's like you know, we're all humans outside of work, and then you walk into work or you turn on the Zoom screen, and all of a sudden it's like this change happens, and you're no longer allowed to be that natural empathetic human that you are, and you have to follow strict processes and strict policies or strict scripts, and you make decisions, and organizations make decisions that lack that humanity, and it ends up with these really interesting kind of dichotomies between customers and organizations, where both people on the other end of the phone, for example, both know what the common sense thing to do is, but you end up with I would if I could, but I can't. And that's frustrating for the customer, and that's frustrating for the colleague, because they both know, yeah, this would be the easy thing to do. And it's this odd thing about how good organizations full of good people end up doing bad things or creating a bad experience. And it's because of this lack of perspective, and then this lack of empowerment to let your people be the people they are. And a really quick example, Karen, but AO.com, they're a white goods supplier. They do this brilliantly. They have a really empowered frontline team. The leadership team, they make sure that their drivers, their delivery drivers, have everything they need set up for the day. So when the driver turns up, the van is clean, it's got fresh bottles of water in it because they're going to be driving around. They've got the goods loaded in the right order to make it as easy as possible for them to unload. But those drivers are empowered to make things better for customers. And there was one story of a driver that phoned up a customer and said, I'm going to be with you in an hour to deliver your fridge freezer. And the customer's son answered and said, oh yeah, that's great. It's my parents' wedding anniversary. Actually, we're just having a bit of a gathering. So that's fine, but just to let you know. And on that hour's drive, the delivery driver just stopped off at a local garden centre, picked up a pot plant in AO.com green and white branded colours, which is easy with a plant, turned up, knocked on the door, said, here's your fridge freezer, and by the way, happy anniversary. Really, really simple thing to do, but no need to ask for any permission to do that, just empowered to do that. And why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you want that to happen? But it's amazing how many organizations kind of crush that. So perspective and empowerment, I think, are two of the huge things that help to build that workplace culture that ends up with a really successful organization.
We've got quite a cross section of people with us today, and as you're speaking, I'm really conscious of people in the education sector. Particularly, I'm thinking about the functionality of our kids, and, you know, putting them through all these tests and having a set curriculum. And just somebody really wants to get hold of me. I don't know who that is that's not getting the message that I don't want to speak to them.
Yeah, but you're right with that, Karen. I mean, I've got an 8-year-old boy and a 4-year-old boy, and it's interesting to see my 8-year-old go through education at the moment and the kind of things he's learning. And, you know, some of the classes and some of the teachers are fantastic at bringing out that human personal side, and some of the other learning is just very, very functional. And you can just see how when they're going to start to go into those kind of teenage years, how important that is, that as well as learning to be kind of very digitally skilled, they're learning those human connection skills, that social connection. There is a little bit of a challenge we see at the moment with some of the new generation coming through, that, you know, they're not very keen to speak on the phone, for example. You know, and actually, so we have lots of back and forward on email, rather than we'll just pick up the phone, or even people will email me sat across the desk from me, and I'll kind of, will just ask me the question. It's a really interesting cultural shift I'm seeing. small sample size, but lots more text-based chat and email-based chat. But that human part is even missing there internally. And actually, it's just inefficient. It just makes everything take a lot longer than a quick conversation would. So I think that's a great point.
It's interesting you say that, John. If you think about a lot of organisations and people they've hired over the last 3 years, and we're one of them, they've come into a world where essentially a lot of business is done like this. It feels a lot more functional. You don't have the conversation at the beginning, which you would have if you met somebody in a coffee shop or in the office, wherever it might be.
Yeah.
So that social muscle is not being exercised. And I think what's been quite interesting now, because we are certainly seeing a far greater return to the office. I mean, there'll always be the continued flexibility, but not to the same degree. And actually, one of the challenges now is just people feeling much more comfortable having the non-work related conversation with clients or candidates, or even with one another.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, Karen.
Well, I was just going to say, I find that about endings. If you're all in a meeting room together, you go, I'm going in a minute, and I'm going in a minute, but I'll get my coat. And it's almost like you're practicing to end before you actually end, but there's stuff like gone. And that does sometimes I find I sort of struggle with the you're either there or you're not there. And I find the energy around that quite difficult, because I think as well with coaching, we're always trying to focus on creating good endings and having impact and everything. And with the virtual world, it's not quite so straightforward.
I think it's a brilliant point, Toby. I think there's so many parts to that and to that ending part. So one of the things we struggle with in COVID, so we do lots and lots of workshops, lots of events for our clients. And so we switched those all online, and functionally they were fine. They still worked, they were still effective. But we just kind of had this sense that something was missing from us as a team. And it took us a while to work it out what it was. And we realized that what we always used to do informally was we'd go run a workshop somewhere. And then because we'd be somewhere, we'd have that lift ride, train ride, taxi ride back to the office. That could be 10 minutes or half an hour. And we'd use that time to talk about, well, how did it go? And then you'd have some ideas, and the next time you do it better. And it wasn't until one of the senior consultants said, well, that's what we're not doing, because we're getting to the end of the workshop, we're all hanging up on Zoom, and then we're just going on to our next workshop, on to our next event, our next meeting, our next email. And we'd lost about 3 months of that natural feedback, that natural kind of, okay, what went well, what can we do differently? And actually then we realized that's the same for our clients, that normally clients finish the workshop, if you were saying, Karen, and finish the event, then they have that time just to decompress and reflect and think about what's going on and what they've heard. And actually they were missing that as well, because they were just moving on to the next time. We started to notice our clients, when they came on to the next call, it was like they hadn't properly processed what had happened on the last call. So that time is so crucial. I agree, Toby, at the start and at the end, just to kind of have that processing time and that human time around that.
I think probably the three of you were not here. Were you here to hear Peter Hawkins? He was talking about teams, but also sort of moving from the individual to the team, to the organization, to the ecosystem. And he said something that really resonated for me, which is really, when you work with somebody, you're working with your customer's customer or your investor's investor. And I'm just intrigued to think what you might consider around that, the whole sort of ecosystemic system around clients and employees, investors, suppliers, and how you might use that for company culture or to contribute to the culture.
Do you want me to?
Go for it.
I'm confident, but then shut me up, because I'll just keep talking about. I'll just say one quick thing on that, maybe, Karen, which I think it's a really, really interesting point. And one thing we see quite a lot, if I'm looking specifically from kind of thinking about your customers and who they are, is there is only one customer in an organization. So if you're a bank, your customer is the person using the money at the end. And often people kind of use it as a bit of an excuse to talk about internal customers or internal stakeholders, because then they don't have to think about what's happening at the bottom. So they just think about, well, how do I make my stakeholder happy over here? But they don't think about what's going to be the long-term impact of that. And that's often where you see organizations start to struggle, because they become so involved in their own kind of culture and dramas, if you like, by just making sure everyone else in the company is happy, that they all lose sight the actual person at the bottom, and that's how you end up with kind of complicated process coming out, or you end up with I had a letter from my bank the other day because my mortgage rate's up in February, and the headline on the letter was, "Are you ready for that fresh rate feeling?" And then of course I was not quite prepared for the rate that was on that letter. But it's interesting because they're so focused on just delivering that letter, delivering that kind of pre-prepared template. No one's stopping and thinking about houses landing a few layers down. So it's really, I do think there's a precision around everyone having the same perspective and view on who is the customer, and then what do we do to get there.
I think our industries, we don't make anything. We don't build any products. We basically, we advise and move people from one job to another, and it's a really important, I feel, a very important thing that we do for people in their lives. It's one of the big decisions people make, to leave or to join a new organization. So we operate in the world of constant communication, honesty. Often we're having to say no to people or potentially give people bad news. So the thing that I really try and encourage with people is, treat people respectfully, be honest with people, over communicate wherever you can. No one's going to criticize you for that. And human beings, as they generally are, regardless of whether you've been able to get them a job or not, if you treat them respectfully and honestly, they'll tend to keep coming back. And of course, we operate in a world of referrals, and it's the conversation in a pub where somebody says, I'm looking for a job, what do you think? Oh, you should go and talk to so-and-so at Robert Walters. And again, it really, to me, comes down with how you treat people well, and generally, you tend to, quid pro quo, you tend to get that back.
Yeah, I think I talked earlier about community in GIFGAF, and our business model is all about mutuality and being built around community, and we don't have call centers, so the way our members, our customers, our members get support is from a community of other members. So who's the best person to help you with installing a SIM in your phone or whatever, other than somebody else who's been through that experience. So the way that we like to treat our members is very much of, they are part of our community, they're part of our business, and they're not being done to, that they are part of the decision making, they're part of what we look to roll out, and they're very much, we've had some into the office actually just last week, where we've been talking about potential new product, new propositions, and we've brought some of them in, and we've done some workshops, and we've tested ideas, and because we know that if we don't include our members in what we do, we could run the risk of doing something that they kind of think, oh my goodness, that's definitely not what we want, we'll leave GIFGAF and we'll go to Smarty or whoever else. So I think that whole kind of community and having your customers or your members at the heart is incredibly important, whether they're people from Toby, your perception, or whether they're actual paying customers as such.
We've probably got time for 2 or 3 more questions. One question that's come in relates to the conversation we were having about social skills, and it says people seem to have lost their social skills, some of their social skills. What do you think could be done about this? And it seems that the ability to connect at a social rather than transactional level will be a competitive advantage in the future. So who would like to start?
Oh, I don't mind saying something. I think, and it is a balance. I firmly believe there is real value in having people together. I'm not going to sound like a Luddite and say it's 5 days a week in the office, and I'm not going to open up that whole debate because everyone has different opinions. But we are absolutely at our best when we are together, and we still support flexibility and hybrid working. And I personally feel a lot of the conversation, particularly the senior level, is what I hear a lot of is, well, it works for me. I'm trusted, I can be at home, I can get the job done, all of which I agree with. And perhaps there isn't enough of the conversation as you know, as a senior individual within the organization, whether you're in a managerial role or not, actually responsibility to the next generation of people coming into the workforce. You know, and I think back, I'm 48 now, I was 25 when I joined, and I was able to sit and listen and just copy and watch and identify pretty quickly who the good ones were, and I could just sit and listen and watch, and I form my own style around that. I think also the ability to listen. You know, I mean, we operate in a world of storytelling. You know, everybody comes to talk to us about their story. The client has a story, the candidate has a story, and you know, it's hard work listening. It's not easy, and actually, I think the ability to come in and be surrounded by good people who can encourage the best practices and behaviors, I can only see good in that. So I'm a big advocate for, you know, a balance, but we are always best together.
I like that, and it sort of echoes something that a senior law firm person was telling me last week about how do you get that nuanced, informal mentoring that happens just by being around the senior leaders. So we're almost expecting our future leaders to be able to step up and do that without necessarily having the conditions in place for them to learn that, as you observed, Toby, when you were new to business and looking at different leaders and you know, trying to work out your own style. So Joe, if I might turn to you to propose the same question.
Yeah, I think you know, and again, to Toby's point, won't open up that floodgate of hybrid, remote, presenteeism, etc. You know, what we've done is very much work of a model of flexibility and you know, working hybridly but coming together for moments that matter. So you know, what we've found is it's very unhelpful to you know, to go into the office as an example and then sit in a meeting room on your own all day looking into your laptop on Zoom calls with lots of different people who maybe aren't in the office that day. There's very little point in that. But if I'm there and there's lots of other people there and we are collaborating, we're coming together, we're workshopping, we're brainstorming, then that's the beauty of being together, I think, in a face-to-face environment. Interestingly, it's Gift Gaff's, it's our 13th birthday today, so we are officially a teenager today, and there's lots of stuff going on in the office today with lots of exciting things and a party. I'm not there, unfortunately, because I'm recovering from some ankle surgery, so I'm literally unable to travel. But you know, I joined the team this morning via Zoom. I was probably one of about 3 people on Zoom. Everybody else was in the office, and the energy that, you know, you could feel the energy even over Zoom, because the collective, you know, number of people that were there. It was a big team meeting. The energy and what the buzz that was coming was just incredible. So I think it's a real balance of the two. To go back to the earlier point about social skills, you know, I can remember when I first started kind of my career, and you know, you would then have that end of day, you know, walking to the bus together or getting on a train together or going to the pub together or going for dinner together, that kind of, which I think all started to bring you out as a real sociable human being rather than it just being very transactional. And I worry now about people who just kind of sit in a room on their own at home with a screen and don't have that kind of end of day you know, decompression, if you like, because they kind of go from their laptop just to maybe being on their own for the rest of the evening. And you know, that's a concern, I think, for the future. Certainly when if we don't kind of really embrace the hybrid model and we stay too remote. Yeah, fascinating.
So John, what do you think companies should be doing to help new leaders with their social skills?
I think
Oldies like me, I'm a digital immigrant, so it's not such a big deal. I guess it's partly this morning we had Johann Hari talking about stolen focus and the impact of technology, and I perceive that there's a correlation between the advent of technology and some of the diminution of our social capability.
Yeah, it's fascinating. I was going to mention Johann Hari actually, because I knew you had him on earlier. It's fascinating. I do think it's worth adding a caveat to this at the start, because I remember I think I was the one that brought this up originally about 20 minutes ago. We do have to be careful not to make too many assumptions and stereotypes here. I mean, they've all, I mentioned before about some of my younger team don't like speaking on the phone, or my wife doesn't like speaking on the phone. There's always people in different ages and different generations that have different approaches to kind of social. And we also need to be careful about our definition of social skills, because I think we're all talking about human-to-human interaction and conversation, which I personally believe is very important. But a lot of texting is still very social. It's
That's
called
true.
social media. It's just another way of doing it. And I think leaders need to think about, it's not going away. It's not a case of replacing it. Leaders need to think about, how do you embrace it and build around it and make it part of a mix of things that you do that build that social skill, as opposed to stopping it, particularly because I share Joe's concern when I look at kind of the younger generation coming through. But I'm also aware we're the generation that caused this. We're the generation that created this and that championed it and that built Facebook and Twitter and that have kind of gone very deep into this. And so we're now responsible for, I think, helping the next generation of leaders come through who haven't had the experience we've had of not having social media. That's just the way things are done. So with all that said, I think the point about distraction, I won't go back over that, because Johann Hari would have done that far better than I can, but that's a huge thing. I think that being able to work without distraction and do that deep thought. For me, it's about looking at where do you need different elements of social contact. And part of that is exactly, I think, as Toby was saying, when you have new people joining a team, where do you learn? How do you learn from? When you have big occasions that Joe's talking about, happy birthday, gift, Joe, makes me feel very old, because I remember when you launched. But yeah, when do you bring people together? For me, the big thing we learned through COVID was about creativity. Actually, we could do so much of what we do on Zoom. We could do so much functionally. We still all work from home Monday and Fridays broadly. Where we really struggled was creativity with our clients and with ourselves, when we needed to do big creative workshops and sessions. So hard to do that when you're just asking someone at home on their own just to think and come up with some ideas and then kind of share it on a Miro board, and they're being distracted by phones and kids and notifications and everything else. That was what really suffered. So I think there's a need to compartmentalize what we mean by social skills, in which environments and in which tasks is that useful, and then how do you work around what you've got in those particular areas, as opposed to a kind of generic, this is an issue, how do we fix this thing? I think there needs to be a bit of balance there, and looking at those specifics.
We've got one last question, and the question says, I wonder how organisations might assist their internal coaches to be fully equipped and totally empowered to coach in the way that their internal clients really need, especially thinking about client teams. So I think, given that I know that you've got a coaching approach, Toby, I'm going to start with you.
Well, for the answer to that, I think, well, if I think about the approach which I believe we adopt here, and I think about the autonomy, freedom, that's the right word, that's given to Indy and her team, I mean, it is complete. There is no, I certainly don't sit there and say it must be this or it must be that. We've got very, very clear boundaries around what she will or won't discuss with me. And I respect that. And I think that's incredibly important, because of course, there's always the slight concern around privacy, confidentiality, particularly when it's internal talent development. So we agreed that, and Indy was very good and very clear at the very beginning of when we started this. And, there's no question to start with, probably the curious part of me wanted to know, but that just doesn't happen now. I think the one rule we've got is, unless somebody is really in a potentially damaging mental space, then that is probably where there would be an interjection. So I think freedom for Indy and her team to do what they feel is right as qualified coaches, and I guess also trying to create the right freedom and space for the individuals that are being coached, and again, not trying to put sort of boundaries around it. I mean, I'm aware of the individuals that have had coaching in our organization. I'm certainly not aware the content or the extent of what they discuss. That is very much their conversation they had. But I do take an active interest in asking them, how did it go? What did you think? Has it helped? What have you learned? And it's interesting. Some people are really open, very transparent. Some people are perhaps a little bit more private about it, and that's absolutely fine. And then the final thing, of course, is just making certain that the internal coaches have got their own avenues.
Yes.
Which I won't go into now, but these are conversations certainly that I have with Indy, and making certain that she has her own personal support and that her team have the right level of support as well, which I hope they do. I believe they do.
They do. I know they do.
Okay. And the final thing, if I'm honest, is a commitment to it, because there is a cost to it. There is a conversation with the CFO who might look at it and go, oh, okay, this is a bit more expensive than previous years. There is definitely a conversation with the business owners, the P&L owners, who see this added cost, and actually measuring it. And I don't want to get into metrics, but measuring, is the organization, yes, the individual's benefiting, is the organization benefiting as well? And I guess for me, probably the biggest sort of measurement there is obviously improved retention, and getting to a point where we feel, and our retention, and admittedly, we've been in a very strong recruit market for the last 12, 18 months. So that's always helped, better results and all the rest of it. But I mean, our retention rates have improved hugely over the last 12 months. And I really feel, not all of it, but I feel a part of that is down to the support that some of our senior leaders are getting. But we're not finished. I mean, I'm well aware we've still got pockets of our business that are not where they need to be. And I think the biggest thing also around culture is just patience. I think particularly in organizations where you've got preconditioned behaviors that have been exercised over many, many years, it's really complicated and requires, and I struggle with this, it requires huge amounts of patience just to be able to accept that this won't change immediately. And yes, it's about setting clear parameters of what you expect in leadership. Yes, it's about constantly communicating that. Yes, it's about you as a leader yourself displaying and behaving in the right way every single day, and recognizing that you're being watched by people. They expect it, but just also understanding that it isn't always about necessarily what I think. That might not be the right thing actually, and it's just trying to get the balance and speak to the right people, but accept that it will take time.
I think that sounds great, and it's clear that what you've put in place at Robert Walters in terms of coaching is as we would recommend it and expect to see it here in everything that we do at the AoEC, and that's rooted in high standards of ethics and confidentiality, but also support, as you've called it, which we would call supervision, is a really important aspect of coaches' development. And I think the third aspect of impact is really important too. I'm not sure how relevant that is to the other, to Joe and to John. Perhaps if we could take a brief comment from you, if there's anything to add to what Toby said, because we've had one last question for Toby that's come in. So if I could turn to you, Joe, first.
Yeah, I mean, I think to add to what Toby said, I think that the recognition for leaders that they are always being watched is really important, and role modeling those behaviors. I think from a coaching perspective, certainly one of the initiatives I'm trying to embed, I guess, within the organization is to develop those coaching skills within all of our managers and leaders. So that they make, your immediate manager or your immediate line manager or leader might not be the best coach for you, but you then have other opportunities within the organization. But I think to really develop those innate coaching skills within managers and leaders is something that which we're definitely looking to increase across the organization.
Thanks, Joe. John?
Yeah, just I think it's brilliant answers. So just the only thing I'd add is the point I think Toby started to make anyway about ambition. And I think you just, because I think Toby said about you need to commit to it as an organisation. I think what we see, and one of the traits that when I interviewed these CEOs I mentioned was they all have this really clear ambition about where the organisation is going. But more than that, they're just really, really good at communicating that through the organisation and then living that ambition as well. So everyone's really clear on where they're going and what they're trying to achieve, and they're really clear on the support that they've got to do that. And then people know that if they're going to kind of have a development and a coaching approach, that it's going to be supported, because they know they can kind of go, well, this is where we're trying to achieve, and so we have to do that. So having that really, it sounds really obvious, but it's missing in so many organizations, a really clear stated ambition, that North Star of what you're trying to do and how you're going to help your people get there. I think then feeds into some of what's being said.
I think that's a great point. And one of the things that we sometimes get asked to pick up the pieces of here at AoEC is people who've been allowed to train as coaches by their organisation, and they've been supported to do the training without having thought through what that actually means about deploying them when they come back to the workplace. So I think what you say is spot on. We're a little bit over time, so one last word from you, Toby. We've got a question directly for you from Sharon. If you want to, as a recruiter, what do you see as the key qualities of future leaders?
Okay, again, personal opinion, so there may be difference of views on this. For me, treat people respectfully, probably number one, actually. I mean, I've done this for 23 years. I haven't always done it well, to be honest, but I've tried to do my best. I've definitely learned the importance of, and I'm very fortunate, I've traveled into many different parts of the world. I've lived overseas for many years. So I've had the benefit of being able to see how other parts of the world operate, and that's been actually probably the best thing I've ever done, was go and work overseas. So for anybody who has an interest in doing that, do it whilst you can. I think as a potential leader or a future leader, I think listening is absolutely critical. Asking the right questions. I learned a very simple lesson, which sounds so obvious, and yet I didn't do it for years. And I would have a conversation with somebody and I'd ask them, bizarrely, I'd ask them at the end of the conversation how they are. And actually what I would often garner from that response explained why the 30 minutes of conversation prior to that went the way it did. And I was sort of trying to work out why it went that way. So again, that was an immediate shift. Every conversation, how are you? And actually, often the conversation would turn out to be a completely different conversation to the one that I perhaps thought it might be, based on someone's mood, things that might be on their mind. And as a leader, I've found that a big shift. I think face-to-face time with people wherever possible, and actually as a leader, the ability to connect people across the organization. I mean, it's it always surprises me, and it shouldn't do. And I go and meet people in all different parts of the world, and I'm sat talking to somebody. I'm thinking, you and certain would connect so well. You've got so many similar challenges, so many things going on, and these are often people that have been in the same company for over 10 years, and they've never even spoken to each other. So I think treat people with respect. Remember that your relationships are at the absolute forefront of business, in my opinion, full stop. And actually, generally, people want to do business with people they like and respect in most cases. I believe the ability to listen and just shut up and use your 2 ears is critical. I think the removal of ego and recognizing that, the ability to give the recognition and praise to the people that deserve it, and have confidence and faith that good will generally prevail. Which might sound a bit naive, and sometimes it is at times, but I believe that. And fun. Try and remember that life is a moment in time, and things will always pass, and time will shift things on. And I need to remind myself of this sometimes. Just remember to have some fun occasionally, because at the end of the day, quite often that is why people stay in organizations. That's right.
And that's a word that I don't know why, because I hate to confess this, but I'm not a gift-gap client, but I'm associating the word fun with gift-gap. So I wonder, just to give you one last closing comment, Jo, whether you can comment about qualities of future leaders.
Yeah, I mean, I would echo Toby's point around, respect, inclusion, and the opportunity and the ability to relax and have you know, kind of human interaction with people, because, you know, I think Toby's point, you know, it only comes once, doesn't it, this life? So, you know, I think if you know, you need to enjoy every moment of it, otherwise it's well, yeah, as we all know, it's not going to go on forever, unfortunately, which makes me sound very old, and I didn't mean that quite to come out like that, but yeah, it's I think to have that opportunity to relax and to be human with people is a really important trait of a leader.
Thanks, Jo. And a
And
final
Karen,
word.
actually, sorry, just one other point is, don't be too harsh on yourself. There's
Yes.
a lot of, I mean, I meet a
Yes.
lot of very young people who are super ambitious, and it's great, but the expectation they place on themselves is huge. And actually, the only thing I'd say is, personally, I've never planned a career, which probably doesn't sound very good for a recruiter, but I haven't, because the world's so volatile and complicated. Things happen and change so quickly. And I think, you know, whatever your ambitions are, stick to some core principles, and you know, and try not to worry about it too much.
Thank you. And John, one final word from you about the future and our leaders.
Yeah.
In the future.
One final word about the future.
Oh.
I just a nice one. Well, do you know what? I think what Toby and Jo said is absolutely spot on. I mean, I think, you know, broadly most things stay the same, and I think the qualities that future leaders are going to need are pretty similar to what previous leaders are going to need. So the first thing I ever got taught with people management and people leadership is know your people, know your people, know your people. They were given to me as the 3 rules of people management, and I think they're as true now as they ever were, and they will be. You know, to Toby's point about asking how are you, you've got to know your people. If you know them well, if you know what makes them tick and what gets them out of bed in the morning and why they're coming to work, and their hopes and dreams, ambitions, the challenges, the things that get in the way, the things at home that mean they're not quite a 10 at the moment and maybe they want to get there. You just really know your people. That's what enables you to again, Toby's point, to listen. That's what enables you to pick up those small things, those small changes, those small ambitions, the things that the nuances that help you understand what's going on. So that would be my main bit of advice for future leaders, is know your people. And I think that'll be true in 200 years as it was 200 years ago, maybe.
Thank you all so much. We've run over time slightly, apologies for that, but it's been a really rich discussion. We've really benefited from your wisdom. Thanks for sharing with us all today. And I hope that you get the opportunity in the recording to enjoy the rest of the presentations. And really just a warm thanks on behalf of the AoEC to all 3 of you. Take care and go well. So what a rich day it has been. Thank you all so much for being with us. I've got some closing remarks. And on behalf of the AoEC, I'd really like to thank you for being with us, but also, you know, nothing's really worthwhile unless it actually creates a spark somewhere for you, unless you are able to reflect on everything that you've seen, heard and watched and learned today. So I wanted to offer a bit of kind of just some questions to close with. But before I do that, I wanted to come to announce the winner of our prize competition. You might remember from this morning, though it seems quite a long time ago, that 3 lucky people will win our online introduction to coaching skills. It's cutting edge coaching skills trainer. It's a skills app which allows you to practice the app on your mobile phone. And then once you've graduated through the app and you've completed all the modules, each one takes about 5 minutes. But I think some of the benefit of the learning comes from repetition, and it's been designed with using AoEC coaching expertise coupled with Attensee's great expertise in technology, gamification and behavioural learning science. So it's a wonderful programme. Once you've done the app, there's a desktop sort of practice modules. There are 3 AI people that you interact with in Coach. Let me be clear, it's quite challenging. Even people that say they've got good coaching skills can struggle, and so it's really challenging. Part of the learning comes from being free to do it in private and to get it wrong. So don't go into it with the mindset of being right. And the really lucky winners, do we have a slide? We've spun the Wheel of Fortune. Do we have 3 winners? I'm waiting to see. Should be doing a drum roll. Yes. So our winners are Judith, Karina and Vivian, and we'll be in touch with you to give you access. And I hope that you find that a really rewarding experience. So we've got one final Slido. So one word that sums up your learning from today. So if you can use your phone to get to the QVR code and share maybe just one word that sums up what you've learned today. I'm just going to give you a moment to do that. And also to just reiterate whilst you're doing that, that it's going to take around 15 minutes from the close of the day to have the restart available. So you will all receive a recording of the whole day, and that's going to be live until the 23rd of December. So you've got plenty of time to keep practicing, to keep learning, reviewing, maybe reading some of the books. And you can see a word cloud evolving and some really interesting words coming up, thought-provoking being perhaps the strongest, but also a lot of inspiration, and that you're feeling inspired. I hope you're feeling really full. I certainly am. You know, I've learned so much today and have taken so much from all of the speakers. I'd be hard pushed to pick one of them that's, you know, really stood out. They've all been thought-provoking in different ways. So I'd like to just, we're still building. And I just really would like to reiterate our grateful thanks to all our speakers and panelists. As I mentioned, part of our way of working is around encouraging reflection time. That's a bit of an enforced reflection time. I think what would be really helpful is to encourage you to really consider your learning, and I'm going to invite you into a quiet moment. And I've got some questions to guide your learning. So I'm going to turn my camera off, as I really want you to focus inwards. You might want to close your eyes, or you might want to write down, make some notes of your thoughts. Take a couple of slow and measured deep breaths. And I'm thinking back to what we learned from Bart about head, hands, aura and humus, aligning ourselves to the sky above. And I've put my feet on the ground. And I invite you to think back over the whole day. How have you been in this day? What emotions have you felt? What new thoughts have you had? And what or who has inspired you? What will you take with you as learning? Who do you want to be as a leader tomorrow? What one thing, and it could be a small thing, can you do to make that a reality right away? Or it might be one more thing to help you be differently that you can start to work on. What might get in the way of how you want to show up tomorrow? How might you overcome that barrier? Thinking for a moment of generosity, what one thing can you offer someone else as a result of being here today? Wherever in the world you are, thank you so much for being with us today. It means a lot. We've had a really wonderful day. I really want to thank everyone for being with us, and for the whole team from the AoEC and also from Planned for helping to bring it all to you and for being such a great support. We hope that you will join us again at future AoEC events. So au revoir and go well. Thank you and goodbye.